the YouTube. And then for both VODs, we will describe the plan for the day. As long as we are live. Okay, so we are live on the YouTube now, we're live on the Twitter, and we've been live on the Twitch. So, our doctor command is getting there, and it helps us maybe figure out some of these issues and fix them and just rerun certain models rather than having to like rerun the entire suite. It's not fully done yet, but we got more work to do, right? So we want to add a progress bar before we start the next run. That way we have some kind of semblance on where this thing's going. And we need to figure out why the last run of Doctor didn't fix all of these things. Like there's something funky going on. So we got to figure out why that is. Caleb also pointed out that we have a new model we should try and run, the Gemini Flash 3.5, which would definitely be worth it. And we need to start brainstorming our next project. Like, what is the next big thing we want to work on? But yeah, so that's the plan for the day. Let's switch on over. So yeah, this is our GitBench Doctor latest. We did a dry run a second ago. And those 127 failures seem to still all be localized towards this one set of benchmarks. Model call timed out after whatever. Interesting. Okay, so... All right, so we're seeing that. We need to update our timeout value. And yeah, what's up, Zolteon? How you doing? I'm probably low on vitamin D. Let's do a vitamin D real quick. Okay, perfect. That's a good fix. The next step then... Okay. Oh, wait. All right, so the next is to run timeout with some of that stuff. I think we're good on that for now. All right, so yeah, we want just something like a progress bar and some numeric values or something out of this, like just something that'll help us see where this thing's going, you know? And what up, cosmic theorists? How you doing? What you up to? I think I got all my chats set up, right? Yeah, I think we did. So yeah, what's everyone's Tuesday looking like? You're working? What are you working on? Some journal entries for some investments and interest statements. Oh, interesting. That's probably a lot easier than just at the end of the year grabbing the CSV and then having to crunch all those numbers, huh? If you keep like a rolling like monthly thing going, or maybe it's quarterly. Okay. So then one more thing. Interesting. Well, I feel like you should have some mechanism to verify that stuff though, right? Like you'd almost want to like keep the running values, right? But then do like a larger rationalization over a longer period to make sure, right? To like validate. Yeah, I don't know. It really does seem like something that could be automated. Right, and I get that. I'm just curious. I mean, it's probably a shitload of statements and records, right? Like, how long would that job take, I guess, if you were to just like do it once a quarter? Like, is that maybe how someone tried to do it at one point and it was just total failure? Client's too complex. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Right? No, I get it. I get it. Satisfying when everything balances out. I mean, the world needs accountants. I definitely don't want to do it. What's the quote from Caddyshack, though? The world needs ditch diggers, too. Always love that quote. And what's up, Heg Pets? How you doing? All right, so here we go. The failure is terminal state leaking from Rich's live display. It's the current shape. Sure. The ranked hypothesis. Interrupt path skips cleanup. If a long run is interrupted with Control C or exits via a base exception, it's not guaranteed. And what's up, Razorson? How you doing? Yeah, so I like 1, 2, and 3 for now, as far as like the steps that we want to take for this. That was kind of a separate effort, though. All right, let me get more music on. This album is wrapping up on us. All right, so yeah, this keeps kind of burning there. All right, here's a quick question. How is my AI usage? Hey, all right, so we've reset on our credits, which is perfect. Well, this thing's still churning along, huh? So yeah, it's still running our tests, which is fine. Ooh, here's a question. How much did this end up costing us yesterday? $18 yesterday. God damn it, Kimmy. And I bet Kimmy is timing out, which is why it's getting so expensive. That might even be why Gemini Pro is having so many issues. Okay. So then one more thing. Wanted one more thing in the progress. Am I subscribed to all those? No. So Open Router is Open Router, right? So I have credits that I've paid for on Open Router, right? And we're just deducting from that. So it's doing the fan out to all these other providers, so you don't need a subscription. Now, granted, it does mean that I'm paying API token costs, right? Which is why like these dollar values are real dollar values. But Open Router is pretty much like the easiest way to do this kind of like fan out testing. We tell it which model to use. So, Cosmic, I don't know if you understand what we're doing. We are specifically testing every model that we can against a suite of benchmarks to see how well they do on those things. So, we are specifically choosing which models. Now, if you're asking which providers, well, we can decide by provider by like, well, do we want latency? Do we want throughput, etc.? And if there's multiple providers for a model, it'll be able to choose between those, right? Based on cost or whatever. Right now, for the free, like not the free, the open models, there's a lot of providers. For, you know, Gemini 3.1 Pro, it's just Google, right? So for some of these, like the fan out to different providers for the same model, doesn't make any sense. But then for others like Kimmy, totally does. Hold on. Let me fix my posture a bit. Not sitting proper. And hey, what's up, TV Twitch? How you doing? Yeah, what's up, TV Twitch? Okay, so let's try it. All right. So here we go. All right, so we'll zoom out just a little so we can see the progress there. What time is it? Um, okay, sorry. So the git grep seems to actually be one of the slower ones. And how's it going, Cody? Yeah. The regrets MD felt like a good tweet for sure. Yeah, that felt like a solid tweet. Oh yeah, we're fine. We're good to go. But yeah, no, solid day. So then I guess here's my next question. Oh no, this is still the 19th. So we're not really seeing this value change yet. We'd have to wait till like another hour before that actually happens. Oh no. Okay, well, hold on. Interesting. So we've fallen like a million events behind. Why? And I forget, where are we even hosting the turbo monitor? I think I totally forgot that. I think we picked just like a bullshitty provider, right? Damn, but yeah, this is gonna be something we need to really look into. Why was this so much lower? Hmm. Yeah. I want to keep working on Nasijo for sure. I don't know what the next major project is gonna be. I'll have to like think about that and brainstorm a bit. Oh, hold on, let me double check this. Okay. And what up, Sways? How you doing? What were the results of the run? We still had 127 fixtures. Timeout. Swayze? Yeah. Swayze. Like Patrick Swayze. It's up to you. It's your name. Is Kimmy still leading the pack in cost? Well, part of the problem with Kimmy's cost, as far as like what we're seeing here, is that it's been timing out, right? So the timeouts mean that like it's running for a while, but it's taking a while, and we end up like getting billed for that wall time anyway. So this is definitely like part of our issue for like why it's so spendy here on this list, at least. Sorry, coworker asking me to review a blog post for him. I want this one to finish, and then I want to see if we're good. My suspicions were right. I think so. I don't necessarily remember those suspicions. We had the whiskey yesterday. we had a little bit of the whiskey. I'm gonna do some fish and chips tonight for dinner. I think that'll be pretty good. I just want this one to finish. Come on, Kimmy K25. Give me a sec. I want to catch it like right when it finishes. Favorite food spot in Seattle? I think it depends. Like, what kind of food? Big Mario's is the best pizza in Seattle that I've had so far. I'm sure there's a couple others. I used to really like the Philly cheesesteak from the Hereafter. It's really just like Philly cheesesteak from the restaurant Tats, which is a really good sandwich spot, like deli or whatever. I just never make it into Seattle whenever like Tats is actually open. It's maybe not like the best ramen I've had, but I'm quite particular for like Betsu Tenjin, which is a good late night ramen spot in Seattle. They are very hit or miss. Sometimes they're just randomly closed at like 11 at night, even though like sometimes they go till 2 a.m. So that one's a little weird. I don't know if I have like a favorite sushi spot. I haven't really found like a favorite like lobster roll spot either. Like there's a decent one. I forget the name of it. Elliott Bay or some shit like that. That's okay. Bigfoot Java. Yeah, I don't drink coffee, so I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea about that spot. I mean, the best Indian food in the Seattle area is actually like real close here in Redmond. Kanishka. If you're looking for like a just like a late night spot, there's two spots kind of next to each other. There's Shorty's, which does just like gas station food, kind of like hot dogs, corn dogs, like nachos, but it's like the nacho cheese from the can kind of shit, that they like keep on a steam table. So yeah, that's pretty good for like a late night, just terrible food thing. 2 hour layover in Seattle. Thing is, like, SeaTac is so far separated, you probably don't want to deal with going into Seattle via the tram and then trying to make it back. I don't know if I'd recommend that. Like 2 hours isn't necessarily long enough. Like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend leaving the airport. As far as the best food at the airport, I mean it's a bit spendy, but there's a seafood spot. It's not bad. I think on like near the B terminals or something like that. So at least like in the airport, it might be worth like venturing away from the terminal you're going to be at. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, cool. But yes, there is. Maybe the Elliott Bay place is the one that's in SeaTac, but there's like a decent like seafood place in SeaTac. Um, it isn't the best like food airport. And like if you're going to Japan, yeah, you should probably just eat the sushi in Japan. you know. All right. So theoretically, yeah, we did that. We shut it down. Let's try dry run. And hopefully that number is lower than 127. 121. Okay. Okay, so we are actually completing, which I think is fine. I am curious what other people consider the best food at SeaTac. I want to see what other people have to say. So Floret might be a good one. Floret, and it's not even close. I guess there's a Beechers. Oh yeah, dude, the Ivars. Ah man, I missed that. Oh, and yeah, the A gates are actually the international gates, so you're going to be closer to Floret. Hold on. Floret SeaTac. I haven't been to this one myself either. Oh, it's vegetarian food. Oh, got it. Eh. Meh. Oh, they do have like eggs at least. Spring scramble, cheesy grits. Okay. A portobello mushroom French dip. That's actually an interesting idea. Avocado toast. And that's why Seattle likes it. But yeah, so I don't know. Meh. Never mind. Brewtop Social. I think I've been to that one. Beechers, I guess. You know, they're a good cheese company. Their mac and cheese is pretty solid. Not the best. Okay, interesting stuff. All right, so Kimmy K25 low is running again. And what up, Sargath? And then, yeah, hold on. Swayze, you asked a question, right? Any video on YouTube that will teach you your SaaS platforms to be using better code, be more secure, and generally more senior dev written? I don't know. I don't watch videos. I don't know if you're worried about like security. There's the OWASP checklist. Hold on. Yeah. Sorry, a coworker just had me look at some stuff. Okay. Sorry, just coworker wanted me to double check some stuff. Uh, all right. Architecturally, I mean, one thing, use frameworks. Frameworks have things architecturally anyway. But yeah, I don't know, Sways. Put in the work. I don't know, man. I don't learn from videos, so I don't know a good video. All right, so that's interesting, at least. Okay, and yeah, we saw like more of the models than like if the first two were low and extra high, we actually had others that ran. So I think the doctor's in the house. I think the doctor's working. I may still want to increase the length of some of the timeouts though. But we at least doubled it to 2 minutes. Not doubled, actually quadrupled it to 2 minutes. So, yeah, that should be better. Um, we'll give this just like a BS name because I definitely should have done more incremental changes, but that's what GitKracken's good for. Oh, looks like I have an update to do too. We'll do it right after this. But yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? I don't think we made this commit too big. I work at a company called GitKraken. We leave tonight. So I kind of figured it would be nice to do some like thought leadership kind of stuff with it. Son of a bitch. All right. This shouldn't have been too much stuff. Hey, it did it. All right, cool. To any of the Google I/O stuff? Are they doing a conference right now? All right, so yeah, the result files we can do later. We do just need this doctor command to just keep churning. I guess here's the next bit. How much is it costing me? I think we're good. So yeah, Google I/O stuff. Yeah. So Caleb actually mentioned Flash 3.5. All right. So comparing these things, right? Opus 4.7 still leads the pack on SWE Bench Pro. Yeah. The throughput is pretty crazy. It looks like for multi-step workflows using MCP, Gemini Flash nails it, which is interesting. It's right up there. Yeah, it's right up there with the OS World verified stuff. Leads the pack on the finance agent stuff, the Charksiv reasoning test. Just barely above GPT. Okay. So it doesn't lead many of these other benchmarks, but as far as a Flash model goes, it's a massive improvement over 3 Flash, right? It's an improvement over 3 Flash in every measurable way, and some of this stuff goes way stronger. Oh, interesting. Okay. Right. So here's like another example, right? If we go to artificial analysis, they have these things called micro evals. And the idea is just simply like, yeah, do some of these like random kind of eval things and see what each of these models actually like does with it. Right? So Gemini 2.5 Pro. That was the game it made. All right, here's DeepSeek V3 with the same prompt. All right, R1. Sonnet. What? All right, whatever you say, Sonnet. OpenAI 03, Grok 3, GPT 4.1. Okay, O4 Mini, Llama Maverick. This one doesn't seem to work. Grok 4, Grok 3 Mini. So it's not a whole heap of these, which is interesting. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we saw this one. I'd be curious how other models approach some of these same things. Like, it seems like these don't get updated that often. Oh, here's GPT-5 at least. Here's GLM5. All right, so this one gets updated quite a bit. It's at least more recent. Opus 4.5. Gemini Pro, it's called Genie. Oh, you're talking about the thing where it's like drawing the frames like on the fly? Like the paper airplane thing is what I'm remembering, I think. GPT 4.1. Mistral Large. Ooh, Mistral Large. That's art. The ASCII art one is not an amazing eval. Oh, this is that strawberry eval. Got it. Okay. That's kind of fun. Let me get another album going, by the way. Nice try, Alibaba. Mitchell, get your mind out of the gutter. What the fuck? Yeah, I'd love to see some of these kept more up to date. Yeah, the wank cycle. Exactly. That's funny. All right. So yeah, Gemini 3.5. Well, I mean, technically, isn't a penis just an inverted vagina? Yeah, and there are ovaries too. No, it's almost like literally it's the same expression. Like the whichever chromosome basically just like inverts it, right? So the ovaries go from being inside most to outside most. You know? At least that's the way I've been told to understand it. All right, so here's something I want to try. And yeah, at 15, 18, I just wanted to rerun that. Exactly. Yep. I mean, I think technically the right way to think about it is balls are external ovaries. Right? Because aren't we all women by default until until the Y chromosome does something, right? I could be wrong on that. And yeah, magma lava is a good reference. That's a good point. But okay, so we've got this burning along. What was this? Oh, that's right. Yeah, we saved this. That was hilarious. Yeah, let's keep going. And hold on. Sush. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sayush? Something like that. Gemini needs to become agentic. Yeah, I think that's the whole point of 3.5, right? It's made for like longer term agentic stuff. But I could be wrong. All right, and then yeah, whatever happened here, we finally caught back up. But that was crazy that we lost like a million things. And we keep dipping back down again. Motherfucker. So here's the thing. We've been running this now for like 19 days. Which gives us a little bit of a hint that like we look at the longer term issues, we and they took a major fucking dip. So there was some blue sky downtime yesterday that we just didn't recover from. Hmm. So what is this? This is the turbo stream for blue sky stuff. So the main project we work on is called Masijo. With Masijo, we monitor for keyword mentions and things like that on Blue Sky and notify you when we find it. It does Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters. Currently, we plan on adding more stuff later. We needed to fork the Graze.social implementation of the Turbo Stream because theirs went down for a few days. And, it's just bad business to be dependent upon a random third-party middleman, right? So we can go just straight to the source. So we re-implemented that. It was Python, and now we've done it in Rust. And it was really solid for a while until it just shat the bed. And we just still haven't properly recovered yet. We've also got something weird going on here. Like, this should have reconnected by now. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But then everything went down for a couple days while Blue Sky was having major outages, which is fun. Yeah, I don't know. Something weird's going on. And we're still not seeing, like, the rate at what it should be. Like, we're still dipping way lower than grades.socials. right, so let's look at the data here. What do we see that might be jumping out to us? Okay. So let me see something about that. So Jetstream Turbo. Okay, so yeah, we didn't actually ship. Yeah, we kind of got stuck in there. All right, so hold on. We want to look at Jetstream Turbo here. Investigate stability issues. Wait, what? Okay, so we merged in the stability investigation. All right, cool. Let's just close this, make sure we start fresh. And then, what did I want to do? I wanted to grab all this again. Right, so we're seeing some throughput issues. Okay, so yeah, this thing's messing up. All right, how's Doctor doing? Give me the news. I just described it, dude. Like, when you were asking, I totally described what it does. So I don't know, man. Go check it out. I already answered that. And what up, Kenny? How you doing? Mm-hmm. And wait, hold on. 1 second. I think, was it someone else that asked what this is? No, that was you, Plank. Okay, just making sure. I thought maybe I confused you. But yeah. Anything cool happened today so far? Well, we added some status stuff. Right? So Kimmy K26 medium, right, is running. We had 127 fixtures that still didn't finish yesterday. They were all timeouts. So our hunch yesterday that timeouts were an issue was a thing. And now we increased the timeout windows, and we're just rerunning the stuff that timed out. We could probably parallelize, but that's what got us in trouble in the first place. Once we have these doctored and fixed, then we're going to try running Gemini 3.5 and see what we get. That's fine, Plank. No worries. No worries at all. Never seen anything like it? Oh, there's plenty of services. There's mention.com. There's a few others. Okay, so then get status. We didn't actually need the Docker Compose because we're not using that. Yeah, Reddit is going to be really hard to do, though, because they are actively preventing scraping and bots. Like, I'm sure there's some way to do it, but yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. So, I don't know. I'd rather focus on the things we can do and providing value for that rather than just like adding more platforms that massively increased our operational costs. Because companies should still find value from the platforms we have, right? They can always pay the massive amounts for other platforms for various things, but we are cheap and we do some things differently, like better than any of the other platforms. All right, so here's a question though. Do we have access to 3.5 yet? And we may need to update. Ah, damn. All right. So 3.5 isn't ready yet. Anti-gravity CLI? I haven't even heard of that. So what's the difference between anti-gravity CLI and Gemini CLI? Oh. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me do this. Just in case it doxes something. Okay, so I think that worked. All right. Dark or solarized dark? Anyone got a preference? I feel like this is brighter. Let's just do dark. Interesting. It doesn't see the skill I'm looking for. Aha, because it's looking in marketing, yeah, Claude instead of that. Um, that was weird. I can't control C. Okay, so now skills. Okay, and then we see iterate. Yeah. All right. So all right. So then, yeah, we got the server running. Let's look at some Masijo stuff. See, I find that strange that they do it that way. Like, I would only expect that if it was spawning like its own like terminal session or something, right? Or like SSHing or whatever, you know? There's something weird about that to me. Oh, and that's the wrong one. Here we go. All right, so that one's okay to me. I like the lens animation so far. Yeah. All right. So let's see how it does on this part. I also want to give it like yellow mode or something. Dude, we just started. Like, take it easy. All right, so yeah, we're gonna kick this off and see how well it does with like animations. I'm terrible with animations, so this is something I want AI to do for me because I am terrible at this. So yeah, I'm curious. There we go. All right, boom, it fixed the size for us. Nice. And then it totally fucking broke it. Of course. It was so close until it wasn't. it, it looks totally broken now. Like, dude. The provider and notification boxes are not even close to being in the right locations anymore. All right, so far, it is not better at animation than Claude. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Uh huh. Whatever you say, Ko-Ray. What you got? What you got for us? Uh huh. Whatever you say. Incoming Rickroll. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Co-Ray, this sounds like spam. Right? You're still like vague posting us. This sounds like a lot of spam. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm good on it. You definitely seem a bit trolly. No, I'm good. I'm not gonna check out some random thing a drive-by spammer showed us. Like, dude, and you're just spamming us with text. You know you can type more than one sentence per message, right? You don't have to hit enter after every thought you have. Yeah. That's called fragmentation, and it's really fucking annoying. Almost as annoying as someone spamming some random tool with their first messages in chat. Oh, that might be it. Yeah, Authcryptor. He has a small context window. That's it. Undo everything you did but the sizing fix. I'm just gonna ban you. Like, I'm good, man. No thanks. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Oh no! Anyway. Yeah. No, it's just spam. Just good old-fashioned spam. Okay, so it at least was able to get us back to a better state. Good enough. Anything else I'd like to adjust? No, I would like you to just stop touching anything. Gemini. All right, so hold on. Here's what we'll do here. This last song on the album. Let's get something a little more upbeat, yeah? Oh, yeah. This is better than I can do. This was Claude that did this one, though. And then, yeah, let's double check how's this one doing. We're at 28 of 121. Okay. It is going to take a while. So yeah, hold on. What is the name of this? It's -B. No, it's actually an easy fix. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, let me go fire up Ghosty Shaders real quick. Okay, so let's just do this. Code dot. What's the basic gist? Is at the top we have. Okay, so it's not this one. Let's do Win95 new. And this is basically it. Right, so we get the wave phase. And then that value is used in a bunch of places. So what we kind of want to do is something like this. And then, what is it? Night drive is this. Right, and I believe it's the t value that we care about. So yeah, instead of wave phase, I'm gonna do something like this. And we're gonna call it Normalized time. Float t. And actually, hold on. Where is iTime coming from? It's just a global, right? Yeah, so we don't even need to take that in. It stays iTime. Well, shit. So we broke it. What did I break? Okay, so if we return iTime, we're good there. The issue is that we didn't have pi defined. Okay, so theoretically, we fixed it. Right, now we're just running a modulo over the iTime value. We're using pi for some reason, I forget why. All right, so then here, npm dev. So the turbo stream been good? No, we've been having some issues. Yeah, you might have missed that part. We're like a million behind, and it's all due to some issues that happened within like the last day or so. Right, and we did see yesterday that there was some like blue sky downtime of some kind, but like we just didn't recover after it happened, right? So there's something off there. And that's actually what we just did as a discovery here, which we wanted to get pushed up into a branch, and that's where we wanted to name this branch. And we're going to call it I don't know why it did the Docker thing. Let me ask this. Do we auto vacuum at any time? Maybe we could track the throughput value and when it is low, we do a vacuum. You would need to track hourly values over the past 48 hours to determine when yeah, so I think this might be a good fix, right? Because SQLite's still chewing up a bunch of disk space. So yeah, we'll let GPT-5.5 kind of like investigate that a bit more. Got it. Okay. So then, yeah, looking at this, nope, this, right, 34 of 121 fixtures. Yeah, that's why we want to make sure that we do it like during a downtime of some kind. And we've got plenty of headroom, like CPU wise and memory wise. Like our CPU is never going above like 2 to 5%. Now it does look a little spiky, but you know, memory usage, disk usage are hovering pretty well. Now if we look at it over the past 30 days, yep, still pretty solid. And yeah, this looks about when our throughput started tanking. And yeah, the bread. How much like AI are you using these days? feel like I asked Talented a few times, and they're like, getting into it. But I don't know. I'm trying to find people that we could talk to about like their personal like AI usage and what they'd want to see in a dashboard for something like that. Like, what should we measure, kind of stuff. I'm still trying, They want me to try and like source people, which is tough. Because none of y'all ever want to hop on a call, and yeah, I don't like phone calls either. So I get it. I get it. All right. So Claude, I want to improve the graphic we have on the notification delivery page. I think we've kind of got it for now. I'd say this is fine. Actually, no. We do want to do this. We want to improve it. The platforms in the live feed section don't need shadows. What else? Blocks on the right. I want the blocks to animate a bit. Something like that. Let's see what it does. Oh, I think our usage of Claude is fully canceled now, huh? I think it is. The padding actually goes away if the shadows go away. Like, the padding's fine. And no, probably a little more would be necessary. But, yeah, no, I get you. I forget when my thing was running out. So hold on, give me a second. Like, I know we canceled, but we had till the end of the month. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so yeah, right, we got the Claude stuff to burn anyway, so might as well do it. Whatever, why not? Oh man, someone's smoking some weed outside. Smells like good stuff too. Yeah, man, smells like good stuff. All right, back to these other things as we're burning. All right. Back to this one. How do we think that went? Okay. Yeah, I think that works. Uh, uh, mechanism. All right, so we're going to push that up, right? That gets up into a branch, and we can go create a PR for it. All right, so this will run our benchmarks, and we'll see about that. And then, how's Claude doing? So, yeah, allow all edits. And then we'll add the padding as we want. So then, while this is burning, I do have to use the restroom. Let me do that. And I'll rinse the whiskey glass. And thank you for the follow, Senata. I just saw that. Thank you. And yeah, I'll be right back. We're definitely not going ham like we did yesterday. But, you know, we can have a day. We can chill a bit. We can have one. Okay. All right, so it theoretically did something for this Masijo page. It's actually working. I didn't realize it was actually working. I thought they were blowing it. We probably want to make it so the order in which they reach the boxes on the right is not sequential. It looks weird. And yeah, what up, FD, Mr. Sir? Ooh, I think, yeah, we got enough water. But yeah, it's basically 5 o'clock. Ooh. All right, yeah, I will need to get more water here in a bit, but we can at least do one of these. Well, I don't know if it's technically 5 o'clock anywhere. I don't think there's any, like, 15-minute time zones, right? Multiple signals? Ooh, that's not a bad idea, too. Oh, Nepal. There you go. Never mind. Good find. We can't do true randomness. We should make it a longer loop. Could vibrate. When you say vibrate, do you mean like wiggle, 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 like rotationally? I could be into that. That's what she said. Right? That's what you were talking about, FD? You're totally going to do it. That's what she said, huh? Oh, I like that, the bread. I kind of like that idea. I'm not like it would be like something that you'd have to like discover though. Should the yellow boxes be a lower z index? You mean higher z index that dots don't like go over? That part I'm not certain. I don't think I mind seeing the dot go through it. It's an all right animation. Yeah. I think like we could make it better for sure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what I would want to change about it. And honestly, like, yeah, we're gonna want to add like more stuff anyway. The dot could go behind. Do you think the dot going behind is the right move? Like, I'd still want to show something happening to the thing, right? So when it goes behind, maybe like that's when it turns like orange on the border. I don't know. Yeah. I want to see what it cooks with, with like what we gave it. Let's double check this. Making good progress. Not a terrible idea. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, the next thing I would maybe want it to do is, after it decides whatever it fixes here, rather than fixing the Z indexing thing, I'd almost want it to like maybe you want competitor stuff to go to more than just Slack. Maybe you want that in email. Eh. Oh, we're seeing different messages flowing now. It's not bad. It did get rid of the things on the right though. That's a totally different thing there. The bread. All right, take it easy. That's what someone else said too, Larobi. I'm not necessarily as concerned about that part. Right? So yeah, I think these are good little bits of feedback. We got to do them, but I want the pressing of that back before we decide about like Z index for these things or whatever, right? But this does feel pretty good. And yeah, like, dude, some of these buttons, that's not even using our like proper branded colors. So yeah, like the clanker didn't cook on all this stuff. And what's Bobolinas, Mr. Bob Bobolinas? How you doing? Just waking up? Nice. Okay, so yeah, hold on. While we're waiting here, how's this doing on the benchmarks? That takes a while, so we gotta let that one just keep churning. We typically disallow Udemy because Udemy is trash. Not the courses on Udemy, but the fact that they don't police their platform well enough. Like Wes Boss and several other people who have made content on Udemy have had their entire videos downloaded and reposted by other people. And Udemy does not police that in any way. It just relies on people reporting it, which they should be able to like figure out, you know? Like, oh, is the person in the video actually this person? You know? Like, I'm sure there's some AI way they could automate that, but they're not incentivized to. So yeah, typically, if people are looking for a video course, I tend to recommend MaxMind because it's the Maximilian Schwartzmuller guy. And hold on, wait, Academind is what I'm thinking. Sorry, not MaxMind. Right, I believe this is one of Maximilian Schwartzmuller's sites. Yeah, he's on Udemy, but if you want to support him directly, this is a much better way to do so. Now, I think some of these might link back to some of his courses. I'd have to double check that. Nah, so yeah, it's just his own platform now. So if you want to support Max and still get good video content, then I would recommend Academind instead. Because he makes great shit. I hate the fade-in bullshit. Like, very easily, like, AI made. But whatever. I've seen worse. But yeah, no worries. Like, do whatever you want. Just throwing out like a little extra opinion if you're interested. That's all. Mm-hmm. Let me double check. Anyway, did I get no feedback over here for that stuff either? Yep. Nope. All right. Anyway. Yes, back to it. This is gonna take a while to run, so we're gonna let that go. That one we're good. How is this doing now? All right, did it blend? Did it cook? Okay. Slower. So yes, this is the biggest problem I think I kind of have with it. Like, you have to be so extra specific with Opus, whereas like some of the other models, you can be a little more vague and let it figure things out. And I think that's like the entire point of some of these tools. Like, I don't want to have to do every little fucking thing in the prompting. Like, yeah, that's why your hallucinations have value. Guess and fiddle with some shit, man. Then I'll give you feedback. Okay, this feels good. What value did they say they went at? I like it actually. Yeah. All right. Looks good now. All right, so looks good. Now let's make the dots pass behind the labels in the middle. That should be pretty easy. Dude, this is a solid album. I'm liking this. Ooh, we're getting there. Okay, okay. It was just an intermediate state. Okay. So how do we feel about it now, right? Now we just add the padding here on the left box, and I think we're good, right? Now this we definitely could have modified ourselves. Yeah, I just don't have a microphone wired up to the Mac Mini. I'm pretty lazy. And in my opinion, it forces me to actually like think about what I'm doing, if that makes sense. Like I'm not sure of the idea until I start typing it out. I don't know about low opacity. It got the spacing right though. Did someone say Ghost? What up? How you doing, Magnetic Phantom? What you up to? Ghosts. You do have a brand new account, which is a little disconcerting, but thank you for the follow. Doesn't mean anyone with a brand new account is automatically suspect, but just saying. Yeah, it looks weird because we've still got the shadow there. If the shadow goes away, then it actually will look just fine. Kind of figured it would be quicker. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait, never mind. No, it was right. It knew. Couldn't change your username? Wait, what do you mean? Did you already change your username? Because you should be able to change your username once every, I believe it's 90 days, something like that. Maybe even 60. So you must have just changed it. I gotcha. Do you mind disclosing what it was before? Like, let me put it this way. Have you been here before with the other account? You're inpatient. Oh, shit. Why do you have to stay at the hospital? I'm kidding. I know what you meant. Inpatient versus outpatient is a very different thing. Sorry, I like a good play on words sometimes. Let me get another elm going. Oh, I'm gonna have to buy this one. Shit. Let's try this one again. I mean, I would say for things like yeah and no, it's a little odd, but I've seen worse. I can respect someone doing some proper grammar. The dotted line should not be there. Well, that's the thing. There's no way that we can actually do that, like, properly. That's just how CSS works. We can't make that line stop, because these are just divs, I'm pretty sure. It is SVG, actually. There might be a way to fix that. I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it. We could crank it to 90%. Like the opacity could go 90% and then we're good. Then it's a little more subtle, but still like visible maybe. Magnetic Phantom. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting the reference. I mean, Larobi, but then we don't see the dot going behind it. That was the whole point. People wanted to see the dot, so they wanted the opacity. It's a translation reference? Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar. And I mean, I don't even know if you know Old English, because wouldn't it be old with an E at the end? Right? I don't know. I feel like I've seen that, but I could be wrong. Oh, like the squares are ghosts? Oh, I kind of like that. It's a fine username. It's all right. No worries. So then here's my next thought. Like, Octagon, take it easy, man. If they want to end their sentences with a dot, it's okay, dude. Yeah, like, it's just a little, like, I don't know. You don't even know them, right? Don't razz them too hard. Something you got to work up to with people, you know? It might have gotten taken. Maybe. Yeah, you never know. You never know. But yeah, I think the 9x works. No, capitalization still counts as the same name. So technically, you can change your capitalization once every 30 days. Because it's still like they're normalizing it to lowercase in their back end for like uniqueness. I know I hate the term uniqueness, but you know what I mean. Okay, so hold on. Now, there's definitely a way we can do this. It's definitely like it's just like a z-index issue, right? Like we could always just throw an opaque background colored thing behind it, and then the dot would just be above that, right? I think we could make that work. Like the more I think about it, yeah, we could do that. As far as like splitting the lines, I don't think we could do that because we still need the path for like the dot to flow along. So yeah, if I was going to do this by hand, I think that's how I'd do it, right? Yep, okay. All right. Like a glove? Cool. Now I just want the right. So now it's not going to be this like faded yellow. It'll be the yellow we have here. Liquid glass. No, we're not going to do liquid glass at the moment. Liquid brutalism. Boom, roasted. That does look way better. Yeah, I like it. Good feedback, everyone. So then how do we feel about the stuff on the right? Should we start using like better branded like logos and colors or something? Right? Like icons or something? Yeah, no, that's a good feedback there, right? These colors. So like I'd almost rather not have these be like boxes and just have like the logo next to them. That might be good. But yeah, like I don't know. I feel like logos would be good, right? Logos and icons for these various things. It's not a bad idea. Okay. What I want to do actually is get it to a point where we can just undo it if we don't like it, right? Okay. All right. So yeah, we do that. Okay, so we'll do that for now. Yeah, I just don't like the contrast of these. Let's try that. So let's see if we can fine tune what we got going with that prompt, right? So this should then go to white. And then these should go away and become left aligned text with a logo next to it or something, right? All right, so then how's this going? 77 of 121. Heyo. And how broke are they making me today? So we only burned like a couple extra bucks today. And then it's kicked into the next day due to UTC. Yeah, this feels good. I like this. I find it odd that it's taking so long to finish this part up. I think the clanker cooked. Oh, you mean padding on this box? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think it's the same font we've been using, so we're not switching up fonts yet because that's more of a global thing to solve. I'd say it nailed it. Good enough for me. All right. Cool. Yeah, I like it. So we just did notification delivery. What about competitor tracking? I think I'm okay with this one. Just directly implemented in Claude Code. We did craft a skill for it though. Yeah, so we made some custom skills. One is called Web Illustrator Scaffold. All right, so load the style guide, which is in references, ask the user what they want to build, check to see if a component exists for it in the illustrations directory. Right? If the component exists, do some things, sure. If they want a new component, come up with a reasonable. Yeah, so we got typos. We hand coded this shit. A create skill? No, there's already one that exists. Yeah, okay, so this kind of feels all right, but this is where maybe we want like agent browser. Okay, so all right, so yeah, like whatever our issue is with this, we just want it fixed. I feel like there's also maybe a font weight issue. Yeah, I'll show that skill, sure. So yeah, basically this is for scaffolding a thing and then iterate. So it's basically just like making sure that whatever they're trying to build, like, well, we should make it in scaffold first. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying these are actually good, but this is more about just like scaffolding where the files go and some of that stuff. Whereas then iterate is about actually like creating the visual style, you know? Yeah, I mean, they're kind of working. We have to do a lot of back and forth, but it's because I'm a shit designer. So like if I was better at design, I'm sure there's some prompting I could do that would help. I do need some more water, so we're gonna do that real quick. Let's double check on some of the stuff that's running while we're chilling though. And yeah, we'll do that. So then yeah, let me go pour some more water. And I'll be right back. Alrighty. And yeah, I gotta use up the cod that I got for dinner. So yeah, that'll be our dinner. We're gonna do fish and chips just because it's delicious. Is it the healthiest thing in the world? Definitely not. All right, so allow all edits for that guy. There you go, Larovi. Ooh, 90 of 121. Some of these are kicking along way quicker now. Oh, and Jimmy Hendricks. That's a fun name. And yeah, Magnetic Phantom. I forgot if I said thank you, but yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And what's up, Alavo? How you doing? So yeah, I still see double borders on the menu items, and then again on the drop down trigger after the menu shows for the first. Nice. No, Larobi, the joke is, well, probably the rooster came first. But oops. Dude. Skills are the modern day standard operating procedures. I don't know about that. Like, you should do it to save yourself stuff. But yeah. With the Netflix lady, take it easy. I guess I'm a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes, right? Good Burger style. But yeah, Shonda's cool. Did you check out any of the other ones? There was the Nicholas Gallagher one, dude from Facebook, and then or Meta or whatever, and then there was the Ken Wheeler one that was pretty good too. And then pretty soon, within the next month or two, we should probably see the Daniel Rowe interview. I feel like I nailed it with all of them. Well, then you got homework. So basically they provided me with like the direction they wanted the interview to go, but like typically you could even tell in a bunch of the interviews, unless they did a lot of like heavy editing, where like I look at my phone for like the questions. Those were questions they provided for me. But then when you see me like continuing along and asking follow-ups, if you don't see me look at my phone, that's because like that's just me riffing, right? Riffing with griffing. But yeah, so they came up with a bunch of the questions ahead of time. And I actually, before the call, before like any of the interviews, like didn't even realize that they had sent me like a list. So then I had to scramble and find that. But yeah, no, it was good shit, man. I really enjoyed it. CM grieving is one thing. CM griefing is another thing. Talk about whirring. Dude, I don't think Claude's cooking on this one. I think Claude's fucking blowing it. Oh, and no, H. Smith. No, that's good feedback. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Give me a second. So in support, and then frequently asked questions. Which one? Keywords? Keywords. So I think that's something that we actually fixed already, but we just haven't pushed up. Shenaniganing. Ooh, I like that one. I like that one. Okay, so I guess here's another question, right? Like, Interesting. So they're saying use Gemini Pro 3 months ago. Hmm. A thing of like image gen to JSON to feed into LLM. Interesting. Yeah, that's actually something I kind of want to build out. That might be our next like big tool that we build. I want a thing to take a screenshot, of like an app or whatever, and be able to break it down into its individual pieces. Then you can like name the sections and pieces and stuff. And then from there, right, the idea would be like, then you could use natural language to say, like, ooh, zoom in on this, do something else with that, right? And it'll like create video that like kind of like breaks apart and zooms in on parts of the screenshot and things like that. Ideally, it would end up being able to do that with video, but at least like the first step would be making it work with images, right? I think that would be a really interesting tool to build. Let me get more music going, though. What's this about Octown? Here we go again. I wake up, new hack. The Mythos fucking bullshit. You don't need Mythos to do any of this shit. You just need a thing that can burn tokens in a loop, and you can find any of this shit with enough effort. Ooh, and we were just talking about like what would we use to like statically analyze and harden our GitHub branches or GitHub actions, and this looks like it. Have you used Zismore or any of these like static analysis tools? Because I'd be curious about your experience with those. Oh, wow. Muse is still touring? So is Jimmy Eat World? That's blowing my mind. I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed that. You feel like it's the beginning of the end of Microsoft. Dude, people have been saying that for ages. I don't know, man. There's no major fucking enterprise that's going to go like full Apple, right? There's no major enterprise that's going to operate Linux at scale. There's just no fleet maintenance for it. So if you really think about like IT and like large corporations, like we're talking life insurance companies, Windows and Microsoft aren't going anywhere. Hospitals, like, yeah, dude, like Windows runs fucking ATM machines. Windows runs fucking everything, dude. Because the remote administration stuff is like really fucking solid. It would take so much money to change any of that, you know? Yeah, exactly, Octagon, right? That'd be like saying IBM's done for. Do you not understand how much money IBM makes every year? They don't care if they're in the fucking cultural zeitgeist. They make money, you know? I'm pretty sure the quote still stands. No one ever got fired for picking IBM. We're doing a bunch of stuff, John. I think the main project we're kind of like fiddling with right now is this one, Masijo. And Alavo, Watson is still better than any of the LLMs at very specific tasks, like, you know, like playing chess and things like that, like doing complex reasoning. Yeah, Watson still leads the pack on some of that bullshit. But it's a different kind of AI, right? It's not an LLM. So you can't consider it in the same light, you know? Same thing with DeepMind. DeepMind is massive and there's so much crazy cool shit going on. But DeepMind is like the research base for some of the Gemini stuff, but it's not like everything DeepMind does can make it into Gemini, right? Like there's plenty of like stuff DeepMind is doing that is not large language model. So I think any of these companies that have non-LLM AI studios and research going on are going to live way longer than some of these like LLM flash in the pan companies. And I really hope some of these LLM companies recognize that and are building accordingly, like doing research behind the scenes. I don't have any info or, you know, insider bullshit about that, but it would not surprise me if they're recognizing that LLMs are kind of like an intelligence dead end. Right? We're already plateauing as far as like results go, right? Now they're just optimizing for the benchmarks that exist. Rather than like giant leaps and bounds of intelligence, right? That's my current assumption. I don't know for sure. I'm not one of those fucking security researchers. I don't fucking know, man. But it is fun to think about. And not gonna lie, I would happily collect $400K a year to go work at one of these companies. Yeah, he just joined our Anthropic for sure. Yep. Yeah, I just read about that. Like, I am not looking to leave the company I'm at, and like the fact that they just let me run with some of these ideas I do, like, oh man, I really like that. I have a lot of autonomy at GitKraken. Like, I still got shit I gotta do, but like, they just let me do things like GitBench. I really like that. But, not gonna lie, it would be nice to basically triple my paycheck. Right? Or at least double my paycheck. You know? Put up with some of that shit for a while. Right? Put up with maybe a slightly toxic workplace. I've been in one of those before. Yeah, I worked at a life insurance company. Duh. And they paid way less. Now, I know how I'm going to make a shitload of money. I'm going to buy like a bunch of sports cards. And then just rip packs, man. That's got to be the way to make money, right? No, it's a terrible idea. But I really want to pull some of that Fernando Mendoza shit. I got some decent Fernando Mendozas from like the college cards. And there's a couple other people in the set that I was ripping that could nail it, and some of that shit could become really valuable. But we'll see, you know. It's all a gamble. It's gambling. Just like the stock market, just like, you know, Bitcoin, just like all that shit. I'm diversifying. Now, it was just fun ripping packs again. I haven't done that since I was like 10. You know. Yeah, everything's a gamble. For sure. There's only two absolute inevitable things in life: death and taxes. No, I get that, H. Smith. I believe you know this about me. Like, I am kind of fundamentally against the idea of selling courses. The only course I think I could maybe sell is like rollyourownauth.com, which I own. I got that domain for sure. Because that's not a junior kind of course. Like, that's you want to become a senior engineer and really understand how these things work under the hood and how to build your own auth? Well, number one, you probably shouldn't, but if you want to, here's how. And then it's just a bunch of step-by-step tutorials about like implementing password auth and then magic link auth and then, you know, two-factor auth and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that would be fun. No, so it's not that. Like, I don't like the idea of charging beginners, especially beginners, right? People not even in the industry. I hate the idea of charging people like that money. I fucking hate it. It's fucking snake oil salesman bullshit. I fucking hate the idea of selling a course to someone who's not even in the industry yet, which is really like the majority of the courses that get sold out there, right? There are definitely some courses that are valid. Like, I would still highly recommend refactoring UI. But again, if you're not already paid, like, I don't know, man. You don't need to be good at this shit anyway. If you're an indie hacker, though, this might be one of the best ways to level up. Like, honestly, dude, I think they're resting on their laurels because this entire thing could be turned into a set of skills that they could charge for, like a premium set of skills. Now, keep in mind, there's no real way to protect that shit, but there's no real way to protect the refactoring UI content either. You know? So at the end of the day, you're just relying upon people being cool. If someone wants to rip all of refactoring UI and like the book it is, they can do it. But at the end of the day, it's like a good value add. Like, hey, buy the book, but also get some of these skills that you can plug into your like your LLM, whatever. So this thing I'm gonna do. That was the primary source of income for Tailwind. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, I totally get it. Legendary. Ooh. Oh, shit, dude. Octagon, that's legit, man. My favorite part about Seattle JS is I get to talk to this dude. I get to talk to this dude. I just talked to him last week, man. It's fucking awesome. I don't know if I've ever really let him know that he's one of my heroes, and I probably never would, because I was talking to him about how Carter, right? Carter Rabasa was one of my inspirations to get into DevRel and kind of one of my heroes. And Gary was like, ooh, don't ever tell him that. It'll go to his head. Which is obviously a tell, right? Which means, yeah, Gary, I guess I can't ever tell you because it would go to your head, right? But I'll probably say it eventually. It's all right. It's not like he watches stream or anything. We're good. We're good. I think he would fucking hate the way I do software dev anyway. So, yeah, I think we're good. But yes, he is absolutely one of my heroes. Yeah, his screencasts are brilliant, man. Fucking brilliant. Like, dude, the birth and death of JavaScript is the greatest conference talk ever given. Right? The greatest conference talk ever given. And I appreciate that, Alavo. Like, no, that's fine, man. And I, like, keep in mind, I appreciate it. But maybe it's like the same thing that he might deal with, right? Like, how do you respond to that? I don't know. Like, I'm glad. I'm gonna keep doing what I do. I'm glad you enjoy it. Fuck it. Whatever. But it's not gonna change anything. So, like, maybe, like, that's why there's no value in letting him know that he's a hero. Because then it's just weird. Then it's just weird, man. Fuck it, we ball. All right. Touche, touche. Here's the problem. He doesn't even follow me back. What a dick. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I do think I was able to slightly surprise him because I don't think he realizes how much I remember about our conversations and stuff. While we were chatting about LLMs and bullshit, someone brought up like, oh, do you use like the like the voice to text stuff when you're doing the LLM thing? And he's like, no, I just type it out. And in the past, we had, I don't want to say an argument, but we simply disagreed about whether typing speed mattered anymore. And then I was able to like bring that back, like, see, this is a case where at least like typing speed does kind of matter still. So touche. And I think that, like, I don't know, I feel like I saw a little bit of light behind his eyes when he's like, oh shit, Chris remembered that. And also, damn, he's proven me right. So, like, I have opinions. It doesn't mean I'm going to stick to them despite evidence presented. I'm going to reshape my opinions as new information comes in. Fuck yeah, man. Why not? But I think I kind of blow some people away. Like the moment they realize that I actually pay attention when we talk. And maybe it's just because that's such a rare thing these days. Like, so many people are just trying to, like, wait for their turn to say something rather than actually listening. Now, one of my toxic traits is I will help you finish your sentences. which you might not actually enjoy because it feels like I'm interrupting you, but it's like, no, I get it. Like, you can move on from that thought. Like, dude, I get it. We're on the same page. Like, let's keep the thought process flowing, you know? Like, let's not let fucking words get in our way. Let's move on to the next thought. Yeah, we're on the same page, man. To me, it like shows that I'm like engaged in what they're saying. But a lot of people feel like you're interrupting them. I am the quotes. We've been watching way too much Trailer Park Boys on Tubi. It's fucking decent. Fucking decent. Like, dude, I can't do the Bubbles voice. I'd have to practice it. I'd have to like hear it and then practice it. Ooh, boys, like, ooh, like, dude, ooh, got some pepperoni. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I can't do the Bubbles voice. Shit, I'm actually bummed I can't do Bubbles voice. I'm gonna have to work on that. Decent. Oh, that's decent. It's close. All right, that wasn't terrible. This a Bubble certified kitty. Yeah, no, I don't know. Shit. I'm gonna have to practice the Bubbles voice way more. All right. Anyway. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Hold on. Twitter. I got distracted by the Gary Bernhardt thing. This is interesting. Ooh. Hold on. No, this is fucking cool. Hold on. Yeah, I think a coworker might be stoked on it. A GitBench X rank integration? Wait, what would. Did you mean GitBench or did you mean Masijo? Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you meant, Kenny. Open Code Team uses this too? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. Yep. I've seen their screenshots. Like, we would have to do the pay-per-use read access lookup. That's a little tough. That'd be a little annoying, but doable. Oh, and then yeah. I think this is literally the open code one. Yeah, so hold on, let me pass that on too. Okay, I did type that right. Okay, anyway, yeah, let's keep going. And yeah, Octagon, honestly, that is crazy. Must be getting some good money through Twitter. Oh, he even showed it. Like, he gets around like 2K per payout, which I believe is every 2 weeks or so. So yeah, like if you really think about it, 2K, let's call it 2,500 every 2 weeks. That's 5K a month. That's 60K a year. He is making 60K a year just fucking tweeting. Like, dude, that's a lot of fucking devs like starting salary in the industry kind of shit. That's way higher than like the median salary for a lot of fucking human beings in the US. Like, holy shit, dude. That's fucking crazy, man. And holy shit, they got a lot of fucking people at the company, don't they? Like, I'd actually apply, but I'm pretty sure this dude fucking hates me. Like, I'm pretty sure he's the reason that I didn't get to work with Jamie Pine and them for their company. And I don't really know any of the other people. I know Jay a bit. I know Dax a bit. Like, I wouldn't say I know them. I've met them. And I haven't met anyone else. Like, I watched Vogel's Twitch stream, right? I think that means we know him, yeah? I know Adam. Adam's the man. Adam is absolutely the coolest fucking dude at this whole company. There's no doubt in my mind. Adam is the absolute coolest fucking dude at this company. Adam is the anomaly of anomaly. Yeah, he's so fucking cool. Yeah, exactly. Dax had a really fun stream too, actually. Dax had a really fun stream too. I just don't think he was getting the value. Like, he wasn't hitting Primogen numbers within a few months. He's over it. Fuck it. You know? That's how most people burn out of Twitch. They think they're gonna fucking blow up. But really, like, you can only get so big streaming to Twitch, and you have to really put in the effort on other platforms to then be big on Twitch. And that's how Theo did it. That's how Prime did it. That's how all of them do it. Well, I mean, he was already doing the Twitter thing. Like, Adam and Dax met arguing on Twitter, like, ages ago, before they either one of them ever tried streaming. Now, it's just one of those things. Like, people want to blow up. People want Primogen numbers, you know? But you don't get that immediately. And you don't get that only through Twitch. Like, you need to bring an audience from elsewhere. Like Batch Bunny is fucking killing it these days because she is consistently publishing to YouTube and bringing the audience from YouTube to Twitch. It's not the other way around. Well, here's also another thing. On Twitter, oh, Touche LaRoby. Well, no, Dax basically just built himself up from the ground up, just being like a jerk who's usually right. Like, now, Dax built up an entire persona of just like being kind of a jerk, but also being correct. Um, Public Loop, Twitch, YouTube, X. To a degree, yeah. I mean, his Twitch is growing, which is cool. Yeah. The fact that he only streams like once a week, I think is actually a benefit because people want to chime in because they know that that's the only time they're going to see him this week or whatever. Besides like the videos he makes, and some people like being part of like the video making process. I think that's actually the genius part that like Prime and Theo have done, because people, if their comment gets recognized in a stream and somehow makes it into a video, they're going to tell all their friends, you know? Yeah, maybe Alavo. I don't know. I know Theo makes good money off of Twitch, or not Twitch, sorry, Twitter as well. Um, Honestly, he probably makes decent money off Twitch too. Like, there's always like a couple hundred sub hype train going, you know? Ooh, and hold on. Bolinas, Mr. Bobolinas, Mr. Bob Bobolinas. Sorry, dude. I love the fact that your name like rhymes with that song, Mr. Bob Bobolinas. Dude, it's so good. It's fucking awesome. Actually, that's super good. But yeah, hold on. All right, so hold on. Let me find this. Twitter.com. Wes Boss Udemy. Here we go. This is actually the better platform. Yep. Let me just double check that actually worked. For anyone curious, this is why Udemy is garbage. This, There we go. I don't enjoy the daily sales on Udemy. You mean the ones that are completely fucking random and disappear, but if you just log into incognito, you can see them again? Yeah, those things that are totally fucking manipulating people and their FOMO and their fucking like, you know, oh, get it while it's hot kind of like mentality. Yeah, there's something just so fucking predatory about everything Udemy does. It's a shit platform. You should stop supporting them. There's so many better courses, right? Egghead. I don't even know if Egghead's still going. I'm sure there's better learning stuff. There's Academind, right? There's so many better things. There's boot.dev. There's fucking front end masters. Like there are so many better places. Holy shit, Larobi. Oh my god, dude. There's no fucking way. What? After business hours, too? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, like, this is why I don't necessarily consider Railway or a lot of these other hosts as viable alternatives to just hosting with the cloud you use, because one bad actor can ruin the entire platform's consumption of one of the clouds, right? Yeah, infra company doesn't own their own infra. That's a good point, right? Property rental doesn't own real estate. Transpiration company doesn't own any vehicles. Nah, I don't think that's the way, man. Nah, definitely not. Slump. That was a slop quote. What is transpiration? It is a thing that transpired. A transpiration was a thing that transpired. They meant transportation. But transpiration, I think, is actually kind of a legitimate term. And Just Jake, that's like the CEO dude, right? I may have that slightly wrong. And so, Kenny, technically, transpiration is only a word if you use the same rules that allow you to conjugate the shun, right? Like suffix with a word that ends with ire, right? So perspire, right? To sweat, right? To perspire. Well, your sweat is perspiration. So for a thing to transpire, that thing transpiring was a transpiration. Whether it's a real word or not, it does follow the rules of English such that we could make it a word if we wanted. Yeah. I actually really like writing in English and all that shit. Yeah. Oh my god, what? And yeah, this is Just Jake. It's so beyond insane. So here's the post. It appears Google Cloud has blocked our account, and so some services are unavailable. We've escalated, and we will keep people posted. Deepest apologies. Dude, this is kind of fucking insane, man. Too much development using AI? No, because, like, why would Google kill a service that's paying them money? Like, this is one of those things where maybe AI flagged them as, like, a malicious user, or there was a malicious user on the platform somehow that was able to escape sandboxing or something, right? I mean, there's, like, stuff that could happen where, like, yeah, Railway, sure, you're good, but, like, one of your users wasn't good, and they brought down the entire fucking network. That's insane, dude. That's insane, dude. Getting Vibe removed by Google wasn't in our threat model, unfortunately. That is actually like an interesting, yeah, Vibe removed. Yeah, dude. Larobi, I can. Do you not remember some of the other shit that failed? Google has Vibe removed all sorts of shit. Do you not remember when Google Vibe removed like the entire like GCP account for like a major insurance company? I think it was an Australian insurance company, but still a major insurance company. Or it was something. They were Australian. I remember that. Anyone remember that big Australian company that had a fucking crazy GCP issue as well? At this point, stop using fucking GCP. You know? They don't want you as a customer. It's obvious at this point. Stop using GCP. Yeah, Google private cloud deletes $135 billion Australian pension fund. All right, this was 2 years ago, but it really does feel like once a year, GCP does something. Maybe it's just marketing, right? They just do this so they can fuck up so that people still remember they exist. Probably in the same account that got deleted. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. So let's go back to it. We're going to quote tweet it. And yeah, Larobi. No, it makes sense, man. But like, dude, I swear there's like a yearly fucking GCP issue. Oh, hold on. Wait, can I edit? Yeah. Fund thing. All right. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I actually kind of want to grab another Red Bull. I made a mistake by buying a bunch of Red Bulls yesterday morning. Because I knew I would need them because I had to go to the fucking post office to do the passport thing early. So yeah, let me go pee. I'm gonna grab another Red Bull, and I'll be right back. Okay. And wait, blame Costco instead? No, I would never blame Costco for anything. Oh, sorry. Music-wise. Oh, I forgot the Red Bull. Fuck. All right, let me get another album. I gotta go grab the Red Bull. Shit. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. All right. Which one? Yellow or orange? They're both delicious, so I have no preference. But hold on, Larobi, that sounds insane, man. Am I gonna need to fix a bunch of shit with my Google Maps keys? What have I used Google Maps for in the past? All right, so we got one vote for orange. Orange, you glad I didn't say banana? Dude, yeah, this strawberry apricot flavor is solid. No, I don't think I have any on any of my public shit. Like a bunch of the companies I've worked for have needed like Google Maps keys and some of that stuff. But I don't work there anymore. Not my problem. Not my job. Damn, yeah. I haven't done anything with a mapping API since like 2017. Yeah, exactly, Larobi. I think the biggest thing is I've never had a credit card attached to a Google Maps key. So I just don't have that problem. Oh, and hold on. What's this one now? Tomfoolering. Oh, that's a fucking good word. I like that one. All right. Hey. We got one doctorable fixture. All right. Do we think it'll blend? Kimmy K26 extra high on the blame forensics. Will it blend? No, I totally fucking believe you, Larobi. Like, yeah, like 1000%, man. I believe you. I fully believe you. Hold on, let me check a thing. Okay, that looks like it completed. Yeah, total doctorable fixtures. All right, so now we'll just like stop and restart. Oh, and how's this doing? Hey, Bolinas, Mr. Sir, Mr. Bobolinas, Mr. Bob Bobolinas. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you. Yeah, let's close some stuff that we don't need at the moment. Corporate accounting speaking. Corporate accounting, Stephanie speaking. Just a moment. That's it, right? Something like that. Just a moment. All right, Zizmore I want to keep around, for sure. Just a moment. Okay, so we were able to narrow up some of the results. This actually feels a little bit better. Somehow Max just shits the fucking bed, dude. And medium is the best way to run Opus for Git stuff. GPT-5.5 wins, but the none reasoning rate is actually the winner. None and medium. We don't have Sonnet in the list. So now, hold on. I think that's a good call. We should try Sonnet. And we should add Gemini 3.5 Flash. So yeah, let me modify some bullshit now. All right, so hold on. And actually, I can show this file. Now, number one, do we think Open Router? Do we think they have Gemini 3.5 yet? They do. They do. All right, so then Sonnet. Sonnet does have like a max value, right? Interesting. I wonder if I should be using some of these other models for some of our like illustration generation stuff, right? Like have it come up with like a static SVG and then, you know, turn another model loose on like animating it. That could have some value. Honestly, the more I'm looking at this, and oh shit, hold on. Wait, have we looked at this one? CoBuddy, Baidu's. It's the free tier, so we could give it a shot. Oh, I think this might end up breaking some shit. All right, so we'll leave that. So what I want to do is I want to grab at least these two specific models. Let me just do this part. And then we go and edit the actual JSON file we care about. And in this file, right, we delete all of this bullshit. All right, so we're going to get Gemini 3.5 Flash in there. We're going to get Claude Sonnet in there. Let me just copy and paste a random thing. And we closed the stuff we care about. Yeah, so we'll do that.
Give him an enema.
All right. And then All right, fixture workers, dude, we'll make this fucking like 10. Model workers, we'll make 3, right? And we shouldn't hit any of the benchmarking bullshit, right? We should be good to go. And holy fuck, they are not kidding about the throughput, man. Dude, the throughput of Gemini 3.5 is insane. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, Caleb, I assume you're asleep by now, but holy fuck, dude. Gemini 3.5 Flash is fast, man. Oh, man. Dude, this is cool. I bet it's going to be one of the fastest models we got. I just hope it scores well. So yeah, now we're comparing Sonnet versus 3.5 Flash, right? And how's everyone doing today? Shit. We're definitely not going to go as late as we did last night. Take it easy. That said, hold on. Meeting wise, tomorrow's pretty chill. Meeting wise, tomorrow's pretty chill. Oh, yeah. No, I don't need that optional call on Thursday. Sweet. But yeah, what's everyone up to? What y'all doing? Anything fun? Not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind like wrapping up somewhat early tonight just because I'm gonna play some more fucking Diablo. I'm getting close to finishing my build and to getting like I just did like a major level up of my character that he deletes shit now. You know? It's actually really fucking good. So yeah, like I think with a couple more items, I'll be like Torment level 12 ready for sure. But I also want to start like another character, right? I also want to like maybe try a different build, like the Oridin instead of Hammerdin, like Paladin build. I do need to get my Warlock to the level that James and Wormbane are at, probably. Need to find a third professional reference. If I knew you better, I'd say put me down, but like I'm not gonna lie on someone's behalf. So I'm sorry about that, Plank, but honestly, like, is there like a where are you at in your career, by the way? Hold on. Like, how many years experience, etc.? Do you have any, like, university professors that really liked you that you could reach out to? I just don't remember what your experience level is. So feel free to fill in that blank, and then maybe we could think about something. All right, so Gemini 3.5 Flash with high reasoning is actually still kind of slow. X high is also kind of slow. Still, it's faster than some of the other XIs, you know? Okay, so yeah, that's what I would say. I would say, like, yeah, use a reference from, like, the college or your university or any of that. Yeah, that'd be fine. Like a professor that, you know, you had a good rapport with, even a TA would count, in my opinion. I do want to just, like, throw it out there. You don't want to stick around too long at a community college. You want proper, real world professional experience. Like, university, same thing. Like, you do not want to be too fucking like, oh, he's just a university guy. He's just a fucking like, oh, the only shit he could get was like, with like the education people, because obviously he couldn't cut it. Like, I'm not saying that's what it is, but there's definitely assholes that will read it that way. And by assholes, I mean like HR people. Not all HR people are assholes, but it's surprising how many assholes are in HR, you know, or recruiting and hiring and all that bullshit. But yeah, dude, that was actually something that like I really resonated with while talking with the Free Code Camp guy during their like podcast episode where they interviewed me and all that. Like, yeah, I got a community college degree. I didn't even do the university thing, dude. I think community college is a fantastic fucking value to even figure out if you want to do this thing, right? Put in a year or two with a community college, and it's so much fucking cheaper than trying to figure that shit out at university. So yeah, man, I think you did the right path. I think you fucking killed it. And yeah, XML file. Sorry, an hour ago. I know. John Dog, I think I maybe said thank you for the follow as well. I at least recognize John Dog saying hi, but I forgot to say thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. XML file. You are the bane of my existence, but it's not your fault. Could be worse. You could be an XSLT file. Shit, could be worse. Could be a SOAP endpoint. That's way worse than an XML file. No, that makes sense for sure, Plank. I think you're on the right path, man. It's just there's a big difference between working professionally at a company that does this shit and then just working professionally, like teaching other people, you know? I think it has value, but like you just don't want to be pigeonholed too long in that, right? So like, yeah, you can keep leveling up your skills, keep applying to other shit, but yeah, get that first job, and that's still better than no job in tech. So I think you're on the right path. I think you got it. I'm just backing up what I think your instincts are. Like, you don't want to be at the community college for too long. You want to be constantly trying to find something else. And if it comes down to like, well, you've only been at the community college for a few months, fuck it. Not a big deal, dude. Just don't put that shit on your resume in the future and don't list them as a reference. You know, like, it's actually pretty easy. I actually drop off a bunch of my WordPress experience from my resume as time goes. So, like, my resume only speaks to the last 10 years as I, like, roll off the bullshit that I don't want on my resume, you know? Like, my resume no longer includes any of the fucking freelancing I've done, any of the Magento stuff, barely any of the WordPress stuff I've done. Like, you know, at some point, your resume needs to speak to the person you want to be, not necessarily the person you are. And just, you know, get rid of the shit that doesn't put you in that light of the person you want to be. Most impressive thing on my resume depends on what job I'm applying for. For DevRel, the fact that there's 35 to 60 people willing to just listen to me rant about random things while I build shit, that's pretty fucking huge. Otherwise, I've led a bunch of teams front end wise, right? Like, not huge teams, but 3 to 5 people. I've led teams multiple times for various projects that way. And leading a team is so much different from just being like an individual contributor. But I would say that's probably the biggest thing. Like, one of my favorite bits is just some of the shit I've been able to pass on to juniors who are willing to listen. Like, honestly, like, some of the devs that were juniors that I, like, mentored, they were just a junior on my team. I didn't mentor them that hard. I bet they might look at it slightly differently, but, like, no, I'm not a mentor, but I do think these devs leveled the fuck up while on my team, which I consider a major fucking boost. I think they leveled up their understanding of, like, software dev, what good software engineering is, like, all sorts of shit. The fact that I have basically turned a couple, like, junior devs with barely any, like, real world experience into, like, really solid software engineers, I treat that as a point of pride more than anything. We haven't seen them here in chat for a few years, but Crater of Poops is one of those juniors I was thinking of. There's another one who is cool, who is actually like the anecdote I have about, like, the junior blowing away my changes because of bad rebasing and bad merge conflicts. I do use them as that anecdote. And one of the best things they've said is, like, you know what? You're kind of a jerk, but I've learned a lot from you, right? Like, it's not that you're wrong. I just think, you know, it could have been nicer, but I needed to hear that shit. Like, that's at least, like, 2 juniors I've worked with where I really feel like I helped them level up a bit, which is really fun. Like, that's my favorite part of, like, when you think about a 10x engineer, they're not 10x because they produce 10 times more code and more, like, productivity. They multiply the people around them to where them being part of your team is a 10x factor because they level up the team. And that's, like, that's always been the goal and ideal I'm going for. I'm not saying I've always lived it, but that's what I aim for. I want to be this, like, multiplicative factor for the rest of the team, not just, like, doing my own shit faster and better. Like Agent Smith from The Matrix? I'm not sure I get the reference. Like, I get it, Neo needed some type of, like, adversarial fucking, like, thing to level up. But honestly, I think you're thinking of it the other way. I mean, that's a separate thing. But instead, it's more like Neo is that multiplicative factor, right? Like, Agent Smith wouldn't be the thing that brings down the entire fucking system without Neo altering his fucking source code by leveling him up, you know? Now, Neo needed the agents to level up too, but it could have been any agent that did so. I don't think Mr. or Agent Smith was like the one pivotal thing that changed that, but Neo was the one pivotal thing that made Agent Smith greater, right? And even like just look at like Neo's ability to improve other agents, right? Like not agents, sorry, other people on his team by them just seeing like what he's capable of, it makes them more capable. I would say Neo is the 10x dev of the film. But I get what you're saying, Sativa Streams. Yes, he just multiplies himself. That's a separate thing. That's not the same thing. Ooh, well, hold on. I'm not claiming any people skills there, Plank. Have you met me? Have we chatted before? Even, like, online? I'm kind of a fucking asshole. Like, take it easy. Come on. People skills is not one of my skills. Right? Not something I would actually, like, say is one of my skills or powers or whatever, right? But despite my lack of personal skills or people skills, I can bring better things out of some people. Not all people, but some people. Right? Like, there's a lot of caveats to whatever you're saying right now. Like, I don't know. Hold on. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I like helping people be better. I like being better myself. But I don't necessarily care that much. Like, if someone doesn't care about what I'm trying to say, like, I can just ignore them. Like, I don't give a fuck. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I think in general, you get what you give. And it's very similar to like, yeah, you get what you give out of me as well, right? If you're enthusiastic and you're stoked to do this shit, I'm enthusiastic and stoked to fucking like help you level up. I don't know, if you're weird and off-putting, I can be weird and off-putting too. Right? Like in general, I use other people's energy in like a synergy kind of way, not in an adversarial way. So if they're cool, I can be really cool. If they suck, well, I still want them to be better because I still got to review their fucking code. But if they don't want to level up, you can't make them. You know? I guess one of the better ways I can phrase this is I've worked with some like senior engineers that really didn't want any of my input. They thought they knew better and they were good enough at their job that like I would just let them do their thing. But I feel like we could have leveled up together instead. But it's hard to convince someone like that who doesn't want to level up that way, you know? I think that's the tough thing. So yeah, like, I don't know. Is it on purpose? Does it happen naturally? Look at it this way. You can chuck off of a snowboarding jump And yeah, like it's on purpose how you initiate the spin. And like you can do stuff to help coax the spin into like getting your feet back under you. But it's still kind of a crapshoot whether everything works out the way you intended, you know? At some point, like, yes, I purposefully chucked myself off this jump, initiating a rotation that direction. Whether it went to 720 or 900 or even 1080, well, that's really just circumstance at that point. And you just go with the flow. So at some point, like, it's a mixture of both, right? Your intention was what you initiated, but where it went, that's what happens naturally. Yeah, I think you're ready for both. At the same time, maybe not. But this is actually a thing I've kind of dreamed of for a while. Like, dude, it'd be nice to just go down to Mount Hood during the summer and be like a coach for like a fucking vibe coding programming kind of class and then just snowboard during the day, do a couple hours with your fucking students, you know, after the fact, and then just fucking party all night. I've actually dreamed of doing that for a long time now. Like so much so, like, if we don't got this going, I could just create my own fucking program for it. Where like, yeah, like-minded fucking software curious fucking developers and kids and blah 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 can fucking like jump into the class. We'll teach, but we're snowboarding during the day. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I don't think this is the year for it because the snow is shit down at Mount Hood for this season, but next year is probably going to be a good one, maybe. If we, like, know the pendulum swing. So, yeah, like, maybe not this year, but for next summer, I'd love to get to the point where I'm just, like, maybe teach some kids some shit. Like, maybe I've already gone through Y Combinator, so I'm doing my own startup thing. Or A16Z speedrun, either way. I missed it this past weekend. I'm a little bummed that I missed the A16Z thing. But you know what? Whatever. I think I still got time. I got other shit I gotta do. Shit! Snow Cone's doing some shit. I haven't seen her stream in fucking ages. Not since she moved East Coast. Oh, that's fucking cool, man. Ah, yeah. Dude, Snow Cone's the best. We're in Cali, like SoCal. So like you're talking about like Big Bear or maybe like there's like Sierra something. No, NorCal, Central Valley. Oh, I don't know the NorCal stuff besides Mammoth. I'm guessing you mean like a smaller resort though, not Mammoth. I've wanted to visit Mammoth like my entire fucking snowboard career, and I just haven't before. But yeah, it makes sense. And yeah, how's our other shit going? We did just run all this shit. Let's look at it over here in the GitBench. All right, so 5.5, Quen 3.6 plus, Gemini 3.1 Pro. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, it just wasn't checked because we had local storage kicking in. There we go. Now we know. Now we know. And yeah, Claude Sonnet was missing too. Oh shit, Claude Sonnet fucks up way fucking worse, dude. What? Dude, Claude is just shit at Git stuff. All right, so as far as Git stuff goes, Gemini 3.5 is just kind of right there with Gemini 3 Flash as well. However, oh, as far as cost goes, 3.5 Flash was pretty fucking expensive. Runtime, like wall clock wise, 3.5 Flash is quicker than 3.1 Pro, but it takes longer than 3 and 3.1 Flash. Is it weird that you think of GPT as Android and Claude as iOS? I don't think that's wrong because Claude is trying to push like the fucking walled garden so much harder, whereas GPT is just like, just use our shit, man. So I think that's maybe like the way to understand that through like one lens, but like there's other lenses to look at these things, and I would say in some lenses, like through some lenses, it would be the exact opposite, in my opinion. But yeah, what you up to, glitch study, Mr. Sir? Dodge Ridge. I haven't heard of Dodge Ridge before. The fact that this is considered NorCal is, I mean, I get it, but it's barely fucking NorCal, right? It's basically just Tahoe, but a little closer, right? Right? Like, dude, it's like, of Tahoe, actually. I wouldn't consider that NorCal for some reason, but I get it. It's more NorCal than any of this bullshit, right? Anything not LA is NorCal. No, I get that. I get that. No, I bet it's fine. I bet it's a good resort. But yeah, meanwhile, like, where the fuck is Mammoth? Mammoth is like up here somewhere, right? Mammoth is like proper NorCal. Oh, wait a minute. No, Mammoth is actually... Hold on. Mammoth is south of Tahoe? No fucking way, dude. Really? What? What? Dude, I never would have fucking guessed that. There's no fucking way. What? Is this the right Mammoth Mountain? I don't know if this is the right Mammoth Mountain. It is Mammoth Lakes, California. Holy shit, dude. Really? Really? I don't know, man. Dude, this feels really bullshitty to me. There's no fucking way. But you're probably right. Yeah. I knew some people that lived in Fresno that would ride at a place called Sierra Summit. And they were really fucking good snowboarders. They were fucking solid. They were like the best snowboarders of that summer, of like our like local core group. For sure. I just didn't realize it was that much more south. Like, yeah, the thing you're talking about is like up in here. Mammoth is here? And then there's Tahoe? Dude, I would have never fucking guessed that, dude. But yeah, Merced, like, that's what you're talking about there, right? That's like the community college you went to? Or was that like the university you went to? And then University of California. Both in Merced. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's almost like the community college I went to, Cascadia, actually shares a campus with like University of Washington Bothell, right? But it's not like the official University of Washington campus, right? So yeah, interesting. But yeah, Los Baños, the bathrooms. Of course, it's a photo of a Carl's Jr. Possibly Los Toilets is another way to think about that. I'd consider renaming the town. Just saying. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yeah, my guess is Los Baños is actually like, no, it's just a good like place to use the restroom when you're like leaving SF to go to Mammoth Mountain. Oh, where do you stop to use the restroom? Los Baños, obviously. Duh. That's just science. I didn't realize Fresno was actually this far north, though. For some reason, I thought Fresno was basically like an LA fucking thing. Oh, really, Boring? It's like 3 to 4 hours north. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, California's so goddamn big. I have a close friend who is a streamer who we see and hear from time to time, Rimo. We go to like San Diego for TwitchCon every year, And like he's kind of within driving distance, but it's really not as close as you would think. But he's not from SF. He's like somewhere between like SF and San Diego, you know? And it's just like, dude, it's so crazy to me that there's that much fucking space in California. It's such a giant fucking state. Yeah, it's actually just mind-blowing. Yeah, California's just that fucking big, dude. All right, hold on. So yeah, let's keep doing stuff. I do think, yeah, we got some major value out of our testing of the Gemini 3.5 Flash stuff. I just think this would probably blow Jacob's mind a bit. Not Jacob, sorry, Caleb's mind a bit. It rhymes. This would blow Caleb's mind a bit. Like, they got the throughput, but really the throughput doesn't matter as much if they consume more tokens than other things, right? So yeah, sure, like, the runtime wall clock is actually just on par with GPT 5.5, but the cost, or actually like token usage, hold on, token usage might be a better thing, right? 3.5 Flash uses way more fucking tokens to get to the same result. Which is actually like really fucking interesting. Like, yeah, it may be cheaper and faster than 3.1 Pro, but it's doing so much back and forth that doesn't fucking matter. Right? It's just more tokens, you know? Drive 8 hours and still be in California? But you could drive longer than that, actually. Like, Montana is like 800 miles wide. California is way more miles tall. Like, you'd have to be speeding to do all of, like, the north-south of California in 8 hours. You'd have to be driving so fucking fast that, like, you'd get pulled over. You'd get pulled over. Dude, I bet Caleb would be really pumped, like, or at least maybe not pumped, but he's being like bamboozled by how many tokens it would take to do the Gemini 3.5 stuff. Like, it's just so many more fucking tokens. I think, yeah, dude, these benchmarks are really fucking valuable just for understanding, like, well, what makes a good fucking model, right? Like, well, how quick and how much shit does it do and how much does it cost me? You made a couple Gaussian splats? Fuck yeah, dude. Nailed it. All right, so let me do this. And let me double check. All right, so we got this. I feel like we need some more graphs for the web output. I want to see a comparison graph in which the user can select two criteria and create a quadrant graph Right, so we got 79% of our 5-hour window. Weekly window, we got plenty, right? You know, no big deal. I want Codex to really think about what graph we could do that would allow the user to really like compare and contrast the things, right? Fuck yeah, dude. No, this seems like it actually understands exactly what I'm looking for. God, Red Bull's so good. Yeah, this strawberry apricot flavor. Solid. Now that said, we are at 7:30 p.m. And yes, I live in a legal state, marijuana-wise. I'm technically in a legal state of mind at the moment as well. If we were in a different physical state of the country, my state of mind might not be legal either. But here we go. That said, I do have to go pee. BRB. Give me a sec. Give me 1 sec. Oh, and hold on. I said I was going to do fish and chips for dinner tonight. I don't actually have chips. I don't even know if I have onions. I could maybe do onion rings. I could maybe do onion rings. I could just walk over to the store and get a potato or another onion. Okay, no, this is working fine. That was weird. Oh, so here's our current quadrant graph. So yeah, it's X mid and Y mid. Interesting. So yeah, it's figuring out the domain. And then there we go. All right, so runtime and token usage correlates to various things. Runtime versus cost. We also want that lower. Token usage versus cost. Interesting. Yeah, so it's a little clustered because a bunch of the models kind of are good enough. So yeah, somehow we're seeing unknown there, and that makes zero sense to me. Like, why are we seeing unknown? I thought we removed all that shit. All right, so yeah, no, it's like going through a good path of like reasoning. Like, let's double check, make sure no other unknown makes it in. All right, down. Oh. So here's the thing. I know why Quen 3.6 and some of these others are so much more expensive. I don't know if that qualifies for like Gemini because they're just literally expensive. But I think for some of the Quen and like some of the other models that are actually kind of cheap, the failure was the fact that they were timing out at the 30-second mark and then retrying, so it's running the shit multiple times. And no matter what, it's still running in the cloud, like farmed out, right? You're still getting billed for that wall time, whether you're there to receive the response or not, theoretically, right? Right? Even if the connection broke, they don't know that till they go and try and send something back, right? They still got to kick a thing off and then return it. So yeah, if you don't sever the connection before the thing's kicked off, they're still going to bill you for it. Like, fuck yeah. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, so some of our cost numbers that we were seeing over here were actually massively inflated because of like retries. I don't think that's the case for Gemini 3.1 Pro as much, but for Kimi, I think definitely because Kimi, I mean, there were quite a few, right? There was at least like 127 of these things we had to run because they kept timing out. But a bunch were Kimi, a bunch were Quen, and I think at least a few were probably Gemini 3.1 Pro. But also, we still see, based on the graph, that Gemini 3.1 Pro is just kind of high when you aggregate all of the wall times of each of these requests, not just the retries, but whatever succeeded that we measured. And then I think these numbers start to make a little more sense than like the stuff we were seeing. Like, sure, we got billed for it, but that's my problem. Like, we had the timer set wrong, so it cost me money. That's my bad. Whatever. I made way more expensive mistakes before. Shit, I'm still paying the price with my shoulders. Woke up this morning with kind of a sore, squishy collarbone. It's not good. Now, it's one I've broken before. But there's no reason it should be sore. Like, that bone ball should be solid, for sure. Like, this bone ball here, yeah, dude, it will never break on this, like, corner that's formed on this collarbone. It might break right next to it, but it'll never break on that fucking bone ball ever again. Like, dude, it's so thick. It is gnarly. Dude, this collarbone's shaped funny. I don't know how to describe it. Hold on. I guess I don't know. Fuck it. It's not important. But yeah, it starts there normal. It goes and then it kinks and there's a giant bone ball. And then the bone ball, right, recedes, but it's still like kinked and broken. But that goes down and then there's just like a whack where it's been broken before. And this is like the end of the collarbone that broke that far over and then just fused that way. Like, dude, this collarbone's gnarly. It's not good. It's not good. And yeah, this one's more of a traditional fracture where it just like snapped and then overlapped. And it probably overlaps by at least a good like that much, like centimeter and a half. I think in general, if you have an overlap of more than a centimeter, they would want to re-break it and like fuse you up. But I just never did that. I was broke. And realistically, they could just do it anytime they want. They don't have to do it in the moment. It requires re-breaking the bone no matter what you do. Anyway, collarbone stories with CM Griffin. I do like this. I think, yeah, the only problem is that like the selected thing isn't like lower, but this feels pretty good. I like the quadrant graph. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if we want to change the order. Like maybe this quadrant graph moves up. I don't know. Anyone got like an opinion on like the right structure for this page? This is like the general overview page. I get that like the model summary is a thing. Hmm. I really do think you're saying like model summary, like that label, right? Cost per full run, like all that. Are those the ones you're talking? Yeah. I think you're right. No, honestly, like just don't worry too much about some of that styling stuff. I'm gonna have to pass this through the Git Kraken like markdown thing. Oh, you know what? Here's something we have to do. We have to create like a dark light fucking theme slider. For sure. We got to do that. 1000%. We have to do that. Yeah, no, I love that as a feature. Let's do that. But we can do that with a stupider model. We can do that with DeepSeek, which really isn't that stupid, by the way. Right? Like looking at results, dude. Right? DeepSeek V4 Pro, it's fine at Git stuff. Like, I'm a little surprised it's that bad at the Git stuff. But yeah, no, we're gonna pass this through like Git Kraken branding stuff. So I don't want to worry too much about like some of the colors and some of that, right? The font or whatever. I think it's more like the structure matters more for us right now. And what do we want to prompt for that? And I think, yeah, getting a, dark light slider. Where should that go? Maybe, I don't know, on the left or something? Where would that go? I bet this thing doesn't work mobile. It's not. I mean, it sucks, but that's not terrible. Like, this should be a little narrower. Dude, if we just shaved like 10 pixels off each side there, that'd be an extra 20. We could get rid of a bunch of this padding, and we'd be good to fucking go. Like, yeah, this card has way too much padding at this size. Like, there's a bunch of, like, condensation we could do. This sucks. That's actually really bad. How would we do, like... I think graphs Just the labels. I'm not sure what we'd do mobile wise for the charts, man. Like, dude, charts just suck in general on mobile, right? No, like a hamburger menu is the way to go, for sure, right? If we're gonna do anything like menu wise, hamburger menu's the move. Yeah, I don't know. I at least wanted to check it, see how it felt. Again, this is all fully fucking vibe coded, right? Because part of the experiment is like, how good is this vibe coding thing at this point, you know? For some reason, I don't know why, Kenny, that reminded me of the anyone here watch Metalocalypse? There's the episode where it's like, you know, hey, Motherface, you want some hot dogs? Or whatever. I forget which character says it. Someone asks Murderface, like, oh, no, it's shaped like a dick. Ugh, gross. Oh, yeah, ugh. And people, they start riffing on it, and they're like, wait, you don't eat anything shaped like a dick? Corn dogs? Ugh, yeah, yeah. Popsicles? What are you doing to me? Come on. Right? Like, you know, just Murderface being Murderface. And then finally, they're just like, so you basically spend your entire day thinking about dicks and things that are shaped like them just so you can avoid them? Come on. Like, I don't know. It's just like a weird bit. It was funny, at least. For charts, remove the naming, just keep the legend. I like that. That's probably a good call. And then as long as stuff's clickable, I think that's the biggest problem with charts on mobile. Like, some of these things are going to be too small to fucking click, which is where I'm a little bummed about it, you know? Maybe for mobile, we constrain the amount of items you can show. I think for mobile, we still want to go like sideways bars too. I just think there's a better way to present this specific data for mobile, you know? Yeah, I don't know. But not a bad call there. Mania? I don't know how to say it properly, sorry. That's what I figured too, glitch study, because then you have room to grow beyond like screen size. And then it's just constrained. Like, I get it. I think this is just like a shit graph to even show on mobile, you know? Like, instead, you could break the data down into like cards. And then at the top, you just have like a sort for the cards. I think that's actually a better mobile experience. What do you want to see these things in the order of? And then what data do you want to see associated with it? Show a raw table? Here's a link to Google Sheets. Let them handle fucking responsiveness. Deal with it. Like, there you go. Boom, nailed it. Namra. Okay, I can say Namra. There we go. That's easy enough. Yeah, I don't know. We definitely need to fix like all the extra like side padding on the horizontal graphs anyway, but should these ones become vertical graphs like this too? I think they probably should, right? And then, yeah, the quadrant graph goes above all of them. So yeah, number one, this is just like overall score. And I think that's the most important graph, right? Then in the middle of that, we get the quadrant graph. And then from there, we just kick it to the other graphs there. Yeah, that's not a bad point. I like this one being here because it's almost like it's guaranteed to fit within like a screen's worth of shit. So like this might be the intro thing. That's too much bullshit. Like we can shorten that up, and then really like this whole thing might be above the fold, right? And that might be worth it. And then it's almost like a screen size for each one of these as you scroll. It's not a bad experience. I'm okay with that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do that. I like that change. Let's make that happen. Let me get more music on first though. And yeah, we don't want to go too late tonight, so you know, last song or so, or not song, but last album or so. But yeah, I do like the changes we really just discussed. I thought we were like finished, right, with like iterating on this thing. So I'm glad we're still working on it today because yeah, like probably tomorrow I'm gonna transfer this to the GitKraken org. We'll launch it, like, you know, we'll start iterating on like getting it up on like a subdomain. We'll start working on like a blog post for it and some of that stuff. Number in front of the bar. You're saying like the range values or whatever? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm not really thinking about mobile at the moment. Let's get this working for desktop better, and then we can do mobile later, you know? And technically, maybe that's something we work on a GitKraken stream on Friday. So basically, we're going to do a live stream, GitKraken stuff. I really hope we can figure out how to get it up here on Twitch for like the GitKraken account and all that bullshit. You know, but at least like we'll be on our YouTube channel. It'll be a live stream. I'll be hanging out. We're going to like look at and analyze results from GitBench. And then theoretically, like maybe part of like what I work on is like, well, let's get it branded for a thing and let's do some shit. And then eventually we'll bring on some people to talk about GitKraken and like GitKraken desktop and new updates for that. Maybe some updates for GitLens, or maybe that's like the week after, I forget. But the idea is like, you know, we got stuff to talk about for the company, but it'll be me just like doing some GitBench bullshit as well. So it'll be just like this stream, but no whiskey. We can save the whiskey for later in the day. It is going to be on a Friday. Yeah, we ran into a weird issue where like the Twitch account was signed up with a coworker's email address. That no longer works at the company. I'm pretty sure we could reach out and have them like help, but actually it's like it was a coworker's email address through one of the company's like email domains. So that means like the account got deleted. And it was like, oh shit, like how do we actually get this Twitch account? Like, oh, it might be dead. That might be it. No, we could just recreate an email address with that fucking name, send the password reset bullshit, and we're good to go, and then transfer the account. Big brain Chris. We got there. So I think we should be able to recover the account just fine. But I, like, it, you know, it wasn't immediately obvious. And then bam. Flash of genius. I am really like keenly interested in recognizing that a bunch of this stuff sits within like the good quadrant, right? Like some stuff is just so stupid it's not worth using, even if it's cheap. Some stuff's not even worth using, even if it's not even cheap. Some stuff's so expensive that it's not even worth using, even if it's smart. Pretty good, actually. No, so part of the problem there, Canal Cheese, is that we discovered things were timing out. So we actually had like, oh, if it fails, we'll try again kind of logic. But our timer was only 30 seconds. So stuff was hitting that limit. And then technically still continuing on in the cloud. But we would cancel the request because it timed out locally. Right? It's really not that bad. It's just that it takes so much longer, like time-wise. Right? Like Quen and the amount of fucking time it takes, dude, is insane. And Kimmy is also that same way, like just timing the fuck out. So that's the problem, right? So it's about like what metrics you care about. Kimmy is fine, but it takes fucking forever, dude. And that was the problem. We kept timing out, so we'd spin up another request, and it's going to run for however long it runs for in the cloud, right? Until it comes back with a result and realizes that we disconnected. But they still bill us for that wall time, right? So we were being billed for requests that we weren't even like receiving because we'd hit our timeout locally, right? Based upon the OpenAI SDK at 30 seconds, kill it, do another, and I forget how many like retries we allowed. So that's why a bunch of these, like Quen and Kimmy, fucking cost us so much because they were just spinning up multiple requests because we were timing out and having to like start again. And then we had to actually rerun these things again properly with a good timeout. So it was definitely user error a bit of like having too short of a timeout, but also these motherfuckers are so goddamn slow. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? No, it's a mirror. Like, dude, their model still ran. They're still gonna bill me for it, you know? I'd do the same fucking thing. Oh yeah, you used a bunch of tokens. You used a bunch of fucking like reasoning and other bullshit. Just because you didn't receive the output we gave you doesn't mean that we didn't put in the work, right? I'm gonna bill you for the work I did, not what you used. Right? Like, no, I'm on the side of the providers for this one. I just had a bad timeout, and that was on me. Like, no, this was a problem exists between keyboard and share issue. And I even remember when we like refactored that back to like the default 30 seconds because I didn't think like, oh shit, how many things are going to take more than 30 seconds to do this shit? At least a couple. You know, like, holy shit, dude. So yeah, I actually don't blame the providers one iota for charging me for the usage I absolutely used, you know? Ooh, I like that there's a best blend. Are you? Oh, what? I hadn't seen that. Oh, dude, the clanker cooked on that one. The clanker cooked on that one. Wait, hold on. Well, now it's saying a different blend? Cost versus intelligence? Oh, wait, we did token usage versus intelligence, and then it's GPT-5. Cost versus intelligence, Nemotron, which is crazy, right? Most people fucking hate Nemotron, right? But this is not for generic coding. This is for purely Git bullshit, you know? So does this mean Claude is one of the more expensive ones? By this? I mean, for the value you get, yeah. There's more expensive ones. You know, if cost is going here to the right, Claude's no more expensive than, like, you know, it's technically cheaper than Quen and all this shit because of the amount of tokens they burn to get there, right? That's still something to recognize. But is it worth the value? Fuck no, because you want something as close to like this corner as you can get. So it's either going to be like, yeah, here, Nemotron for the same value you get out of these. Like, just think about like the radius to the corner. Nemotron is the closest radius to this corner. And that's how you calculate that. Is it as fucking intelligent as Quen 3.6 Plus? No, but it is so much fucking cheaper. It's insane. You know? And yeah, like just a bunch of these, right? Sure, they're a little more expensive, but they're still cheaper than other shit. And actually better intelligence-wise for Git things. At the end of the day, this is just the data we have. It's not ran enough times to have enough of the sample set to have a good average for these things, and that might be the next evolution. But I don't know what budget we have to throw at this. You know, like I've already spent basically $100 doing it myself. Now, granted, some of that was bad retries and all that. I would still expect this to cost the company anywhere between like $40 and $60 to do like a full run. Now, granted, if we do it right, a full run and a bunch of things could give us an averaged baseline that's nice, and then it's just adding like a new model to the set. But eventually we're going to want to fine-tune the fixtures and the tests and all that, and we're going to have to do full runs again. So it's more like, what kind of budget do we want to put into this kind of like thought leadership, etc.? I don't know. Not sure. But it's really fun to do, isn't it? And the fact that I have a job that allows me to just like explore random ideas like this, that's pretty cool, man. It's hard to put like a number value on that. At some point when you're making enough money, some of these other things are worth way more, you know? I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Canal cheese. But here's the thing: like, we can just test it, and also like, I believe that was you that said like, what about if we test this during different times of the day, right? Because that could totally be a fucking thing, right? That was you, right? I'm almost positive. You're so certain it's a thing. Yeah, yeah, okay. I was gonna say I'm like 90%, but that number could have gone down, right? Right? You know, like kind of how like the time left for the sausages in Snatch keeps going up. Same idea. Actually, no, it's closer to the IT crowd episode. You said you were 95% sure. I don't think I ever went that high. I think I was like, 70 to 80 max. Like he just keeps going down in his like certainty of the thing. Like it's really good. If you haven't seen IT Crowd, come on guys, you got homework, man. Yeah, yeah, no, I bet they have a bunch of like knobs they can turn or levers they can pull if you want to like think about either one of those. Like our CMO loves like pulling levers, you know? To me, I think it's like knobs that need turning instead. But it's the same basic mental model. To me, like a lever is just on or off in most instances, right? Whereas instead, I think there's like a lot of variability in like a knob turning, you know? So it's why like that's my mental model, but I totally understand. Like in the way they use it, I think they're totally talking about like on or off situations, right? Levers to pull. Like, have we done this? Pull that lever, right? But I feel like I've heard at least that same like lever pull analogy for a thing that was really like a knob to turn. Just like once out of like the dozens of times, you know? Throttle, because a throttle is kind of a lever, right? Like physically it's a lever, but it's acting as what is basically a knob, right? As far as like the variability of a thing, right? So, yeah, I believe that was like typically it. Yeah. Yep. But still, like, their point landed. They weren't wrong, you know? Like, and everyone understood what they meant. But yeah, yeah, business people love the term lever. Yeah, yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, yeah. And they weren't wrong because people understood them. That's all that matters, right? When you're saying something, there's correct and technically correct. Correct is, did people understand you? Being technically correct isn't actually worth that much more in the real world. For nerds, it's the best kind of correct. But actually, the best kind of correct is the one that people understand. All people, you know. So yeah, continuing along. All right, let me just do that. I'm gonna caveman code for just a little bit because I don't think it's worth burning tokens on this. surgical. You gotta flex these fucking muscles from time to time, man. You can't just let the clanker do. Like, could you imagine how many tokens we would have burned for what was 9 characters? 10 characters? Sorry, the space. I forgot about the space. Sometimes you just know what you want to do and you know it's a single line thing. It's not worth employing the clanker for that fucking problem. Now, hold on. That carrot's weird, right? Where's that component? That carrot ain't right, man. Shit. Metric select. Ooh, hold on. They're complaining about a bunch of this bullshit. We'll let it go because that's not my concern. But that PX3 should be good, man. What 9 characters did I just add? It was the item's end. Right here. Boom. Item's end was all it took to align this right here. Right? If you're unaware, hold on, I'll save it. And then boom, that's what it looked like. And I just simply fucking knew, because I've done enough front end and CSS, that I just needed one thing. All right? Voila. Boom. And that's what experience gets you. You don't even need to burn tokens when you know what you fucking want to do. I used some mental tokens for it, but they were like whiskey tokens. They're like massively discounted. Right? It was like the Flash version of my like normal like token model. How do we feel about it? Did I cook? Did I nail it? Instead of manually, mentally? I'm okay with it. I feel like, yeah, I think we did good. That's a solid fucking tweet. And this is what it taught me about sales. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let's do that. Yeah, let's just do that, man. How do we feel about it? We good? There you go, canal cheese. Right? I was being a coward. Yeah. I feel like people will get the joke. We should boost it. Oh, we should boost it. To the moon, man. Like, nah, we're good. We're good. We should fucking boost it. Alright, I don't know. Yeah, sure, buddy. Why not? I'm pretty permissive with my my LinkedIn friends. I don't give a shit. It's a bullshit platform anyway. Who cares? Oh, hold on. I can't be laughing when I do it. 1 second. You ready? I can do. I'm a fucking like. I'm an aspiring Foley artist. All right. All right. You ready? Unique New York. All right. Here we go. Damn it! Oh, I fucked up. I can usually do all three in a row properly. Give me a second. One more. One more. Take two. Take two. Damn right. Foley artist in training. That's like day one. All right. Come on. I'm basically the dude from Police Academy at this point. Duh. What is it? Michael Winslow? I think that's his name, yeah. You got the bleeps, you got the sweeps, and you got the creeps. The what, and the what? Anyway. Oh shit, that was a lot of fucking LinkedIn requests that came in, huh? Yeah, for sure, man. I'm happy to connect. Fuck yeah, dude. Let me do that real quick. Give me a sec. I'll connect with all y'all motherfuckers. I don't give a shit. But also, yeah, for sure, man. Oh, hold on, dude. One of my coworkers chimed in on one of my posts. Oh, hold on, dude. This dude's fucking great. Hold on. Yeah, he's my favorite coworker. I'm okay saying that. I don't think there's a problem. Genius, dude. Fucking genius. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. Fucking nailed it. Yeah, this dude's awesome, man. What up, Borrow Check? How you doing, man? Do you bring the ampersand with you? Is the ampersand in the room with you right now? I mean, technically it's just a reference. It's not literally a borrow. The borrow happens at the function boundary. Shit, you think I don't rust? Do you think I don't rust? I rust poorly with the best of them. I think they just call that effect at this point. I'm pretty sure they just call that effect. I guess that's more like Haskell. I mean, it doesn't have a K, but it's effect TS or effect JS or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. This fucking bullshit. Like, I don't want to use it, but it is like its own thing, and like they do have some good articles about like how it's different from some of the other shit you've heard about. No, I don't know about affect the language. I'm talking about affect like versus other things. So like affect versus never throw, affect versus promise, affect versus FPTS. I feel like they had some others too, but maybe they're collected here in like the just like the myths. Right? I do think this is actually a really fantastic documentation site. And this is the one. Here it is, right? Effect is the same as RxJS and shares its problems. I don't know about that. I do consider it a little masochistic. I agree. Like, it's a level of pain you inflict on yourself in the same way that RxJS is that same level of pain, but the things that it solves that become less painful make some of the, like, the baseline pain really, like, manageable, in my opinion. And I think that's maybe what effect is going for too. Like, I'm talking purely about RxJS. Like, just think about some of these things, right? Like things that are like these observable streams of like events. And how do you want to handle them? Like a scroll event or whatever, right? How do you want to handle them? When do you want to do like a take and like just like the operator bullshit you can chain with it that becomes really fucking efficient and lazily evaluated? That's fucking amazing, man. That shit's awesome. Is it a huge fucking headache to learn? Oh, absolutely. I do not doubt that whatsoever. But at the end of the day, when it makes the hardest problems easier, the easier problems being harder is not a problem. You know? As far as like how you need to understand this ecosystem. I would much rather use simpler mechanisms without effect for a bunch of shit. But the moment you start hitting a boundary where effect is like useful, well, yeah, you should probably just use it. I do think the problem with effect is the same as the problem with RxJS. Not all of the same problems, but the number one problem is the moment you start using it, the boundaries between it and the rest of your application blur and blur and blur, and it just like it becomes a fundamental part of your application. It's the same problem like flat buffers have too. If you want to directly operate on flat buffers, you better be very diligent about your abstractions, separating them from the rest of the app. Otherwise, it pollutes the entire rest of the app. You know? I fully believe you can do RxJS and even effect and especially flat buffers at the boundaries of your application without polluting the core. But you have to be so fucking diligent about it that it's like an extra exercise, you know? Otherwise, it just pollutes the entire code base for all of these things. Yeah, I get it. Like being able to separate those abstractions and like firewall the bullshit between the bullshit. Like, yeah, I get it. Like you need an abstraction to do so, and I fucking get it. But like, there are gonna be people that fuck it up every time, right? Because it's like it's a thing you have to learn and fuck up at least once before you actually get it. Like you don't know how hot the stove is until you've burnt your finger on it, right? Someone can tell you it's hot. You don't realize how hot the stove is until you fucking touch it and realize, oh, okay, when they said hot, it wasn't the hot I was thinking. Oh my God, fuck that shit. I never want to do that again. You know? I think that fucking metaphor lands. I have an exact reference for that metaphor. We had just moved out here to Washington. We went camping. We went out on like the Olympic Peninsula and shit, and it was fun. You know, like we're camping and it's Washington. It rained. Of course it rained. But earlier that day, the rest of the family went and did their thing, and I just wanted to fucking dance around the fire, basically. Not literally dancing, but they did their thing. I just wanted to be by the fire, you know? But at one point, yeah, I'm like doing my pyro shit, adding wood, like plenty of driftwood to add to the fire. But one of the rocks like tumbled over. And I tried to move the rock with my hand and burnt the shit out of my fingertips. And they didn't have any calluses because I was a kid, you know? I burnt my fingertips so bad that like you could feel your pulse in the burn, you know? But, and here's the thing, right? Our tent leaked that night. And like everyone's freaking the fuck out. My parents, and they still tell this story, like, you just slept right through it. Like, no, I heard that bullshit going down, but I felt my heartbeat in my fucking fingertips. Whatever you guys were doing, I don't fucking care. I'm staying asleep. I'm not doing shit. I'm not getting out of the tub. I'll get rained on. I don't give a fuck. Rain on me. I don't care. This shit fucking hurts. Like, dude, that's actually the fucking story. I just don't know if I've ever corrected them when they're like retelling that story because it's just never the right moment for it. But I should probably let my mom know, like, no, I wasn't actually asleep. I just didn't give a shit. You know, like, which is basically like being asleep, but I just didn't give a shit. That's a separate story, you know? Dude, I burnt these fucking fingertips so bad I could feel my heartbeat in them, and that's all I could think about. And I could, like, I wasn't asleep before shit went down. I didn't sleep after it, but I'm not fucking moving. Like, this is all I can think about. I do think, yeah, there's definitely something to a story like that, right? I'm sure some therapist would be able to like extract something about my psyche, about me as a person related to it. I don't fucking know. I have no idea. Doesn't matter. I do want to give this model a try. You know? And yeah, like, could we go into planning mode for a thing like this? We definitely could have. I don't know if planning mode would be worth it though. Like, I just don't think planning mode would have been worth it. All right, so hold on. Hold on. Right, so it sounds like we would support all the shit without any code changes, yeah? Right? Doesn't OpenRouter still support the OpenAI SDK? Like, come on, man. What the fuck, dude? All right, so I like what they're proposing. Let's fucking do it. All right. I kind of want to keep churning on this shit. Dude, I like fiddling with software more than I actually like playing video games most of the time. I know is that weird? Is that crazy? It might be crazy. But I know I'm not the only one. There's no fucking way I'm the only person that enjoys fucking coding more than video games. At least sometimes, you know? I'm not saying all the time, because, dude, no one's 100% ever, right? But, dude, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. This album's fucking good. Ooh, this is nice. Yeah, this is fucking good. I like it. Let me check just one thing. And yeah. All right. Yeah, it makes sense. No, I get it. Dude, it's awesome seeing Snowcone stream again. I bet at least a major portion of the people that would be watching me are watching her right now. Because it's awesome to see her streaming again. Yeah, fuck yeah. Like, she changed entire coasts that she lives on. Yeah, it's cool to see her streaming again. Fuck yeah. All right, BRB, let me go pee. I think I can. All right, hold on. I've been watching so much fucking Trailer Park Boys bullshit that am I the Jim Leahy of the coding category? Fuck. Like, I definitely am, man. Just a little drinky poo, right? Just a little drinky poo, you know? No big deal. Eh, is what it is, right? I need to like really double down on it. I need to learn how to play like a way more sloppery drunk. S- Sloppilier. I mean, I don't know. I think we can figure it out. I think I get there sometimes, right? But like, could we ham it up more? Maybe, maybe. Dude, this album is super chill. I think it's a little too chill though. Like, I don't know. I'm not looking to go to sleep right now. Let's play. Hold on. This one's called Infinity Analog. Yeah, honestly, the fish and chips tonight. I keep saying chips. I don't have chips. I think I have enough onions. I could do like, you know, onion rings maybe. But I don't. Oh, hold on. Here's how we could do it. We could do the fish and chips, batter and fry them, and then sorry, and I keep saying chips. I just the fish, and then we do the onion rings, but we add a bunch of panko like onion flakes to the batter for the onion rings. So they got that like crunch, you know? Because I think you have to do a batter for onion rings. I don't think like flour and a dredge actually works. Like you got to do a fucking batter. That's all there is to it. But if you do it right, like yeah, dude, like the batter could have panko breading and like be extra thick and all that shit, and then you fry that up, and I think you're into it. I think that becomes a solid onion ring, but you want to do it like actually thick, unless you prefer the bread part. So I'm gonna need to make sure I slice the onions actually like thick, you know? But that could be good. Dude, we could even like double them up. We could double them up. That'd be good. I like that idea. Fuck yeah. I'm just thinking about the food, man. Right, Bob Anders? Fucking Ricky. I'm kidding. I haven't seen enough fucking Trailer Park Boys. I don't fucking know, man. But anyway, yearly second high. By the way, yeah, no worries, man. How you doing? But yeah, hold on. What is that icon you got? Road to TwitchCon 26. Are you gonna be at TwitchCon this year? Have we met before at TwitchCon? When you say the category, you mean like wait, what category? Was there one for like software and game dev? Like a category stream? I hadn't heard that. I must have missed it. I would have watched that shit. Is there a pod? It was specific channels. Hold on. You pasted a link. No worries about that. I can just see the link. Like, don't worry about that. It was a global badge for watching 60 minutes of one of the following channels. All right, Ronnie Dean off Twitch or Knerps. Which one did you watch? You don't have to dox it. I don't care, actually. It doesn't affect me, so if you don't want to say it, you don't have to, man. No big deal. I find that interesting, though. The first one, Ronnie Burger. Oh, I see. Hold on, wait. You're like a badge collector? Oh, damn, you do have a shitload. That's pretty solid, actually. That makes sense. I like that. Do you have a favorite? Dude, honestly, whatever that, like, green thing is, the BAFTA? Ooh, the 2026 BAFTA. That's a good one. I like that one, man. I think that's my favorite of the ones we see. I know there's like 55, holy fuck. But at least like of the initial bit, yeah, I think the BAFTA one is really nice, man. I see the others. I still like the BAFTA one. I think that's your best one. For some reason, though, like your user image, right? I know it's not the reference, but it reminds me of like the goofy, like like the off the rails version of Goofy, where it's like, I'll fucking do it again too, don't you? Like, like, oh shit, and I'll fucking do it again, right? You know what I'm talking about. For some reason, your like profile image reminds me of that. No offense, right? Obviously, no offense, man. But it totally reminds me of that. For sure. It's just facing the wrong direction, but like, I don't know how to like portray that any better, but totally, man. Totally. Yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, so yeah, we're doing a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. I will say, like, chat is probably right to ditch stream when we go off the rails like this. I feel like this is like a separate show. I should just raid myself into a different channel for like the off the rails streams, right? And then it's its own thing, you know? We could make them just chatting instead of fucking code. I think that's the move. I think that's the way we do it. You know what I'm talking about. You could make a clip about it. It's okay, man. Right? Like, go for it, man. Go for it. I'm okay with it, borrow check. Like, do whatever you want. I could make you a mod if you need it. I'd make you a mod for sure if you want, man. Just don't abuse it. Don't be a dick about it either. Like, I've banned mods before, like, you know, just don't be a dick, you know? Here's the thing. I expect nothing from any mod of this chat other than just being, like, the ideal, like, chatter, you know? Right? Be the example that other chatters should aspire to. It's the general gist of just what it takes to be a mod here. You don't have to fucking do anything mod-wise. I do that shit. My channel doesn't move fast enough where I need mods to do anything for me. I can do that. That's fine. No, and I get it, Borrowcheck, and I get it, Hegpets. Like, honestly, like, both y'all are really fucking cool. If Hegpets, you've been here long enough, I think, right? Hold on, let me double check. Oh, only 2024. I don't know. I'd say that's like maybe VIP material if I had a VIP to give. Let me double check the borrow check too. 2026. Yeah, that's not that recent. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you know. My bad. My bad. There's other people that do deserve it though. And yeah, if I give someone mod who's been following for ages, there is zero expectation. Like, dude, come on. No, I police my own chat, all right? I police my own chat. See, you're not wrong. Damn, 2019. Oh, shit. You're not wrong, man. That's a long fucking time, dude. And then, yeah, glitch study. 2026. Like, yeah, no, you're cool, man. A lot of people are cool, but, like, honestly, being able to put up with me for a really long fucking time actually means a lot. That actually matters more so than, like, just being cool. Being able to put up with me over a long period of time is actually a pretty solid metric. Sometimes a fucking asshole, right? Exactly, borrow check. Yeah, 1000%, man. Like, no one should be feeling obligated to do chat things for my own chat. Like, fuck no. Like, I made you a mod because you're the example of, like, a cool fucking person, right? That the rest of chat can, like, try and live up to. Same thing with VIP. I'm running out of VIPs. I gotta, like, weed out VIPs who haven't been here in years or something, you know? Or promote them, right? Like, no matter what, they need to either be promoted or demoted. But either way. No, I mean, I would love to trust someone to do this. I just don't expect other people to do this, right? if there's someone that wants to do it and take the lead and be like a full-time mod, like they can do that, but I would never expect that of someone, you know? Let me put it this way. Like, we used to have a mod, and there's still a mod, technically, Playing with Scissors, that we used to call Playing with Skizzers, and their short name was Skizzers. They helped us set up the Discord in a way that's fucking beautiful, man. They fucking killed it, dude. They're the best. Yeah. They're still our #1 mod, and they haven't modded for fucking years, dude. They're still at the peak of value given as a mod. That's fine. No big deal, man. I think that's something that, like, some people need to just recognize about, like, their channel and, like, the mods they have. Some mods don't want to go above and beyond. They just want to do, like, the bare minimum, and that's okay. Because them doing the bare minimum means just, like, the mods that care can do other shit. It's actually really nice. And yeah, I think that's the best part there, Borrow Check. My stream is not big enough where I don't need anyone to do stream things for me. Just be cool, you know? Just hang out and lurk and give me those sweet, sweet fucking viewer numbers, you know? That's actually your biggest responsibility as a mod. Just keep lurking, man. I got a shitload of mods. Why aren't they fucking lurking right now? It's a separate problem, you know? Your sink full of plates and pots and pans and all that is a monument to slacking. Yeah, I mean, my Trello board is a monument to slacking as well, isn't it? Like, come on, man, that's fine. Don't feel bad about that. The Gaussian splat you made, I'm okay with it. Yeah, sure, man. Do it. I mean, I can copy it. Hold on. We'll add you as, like, a regular, but I can copy the link. My bad. I didn't realize I hadn't done that yet. Sorry, I thought you were in the list. I can still grab the link, though. You don't have to do it again. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh. 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 Okay. Dude, yeah, this shit's crazy. Like, this is the most interesting part to me. Like, obviously, like, how the fuck would it know what exists behind this? But almost like it could kind of maybe know what might be there, even if it's not, like, splattable, right? And I find that really interesting. Like, there's something that, like, a Gaussian splatting just can't do, but if you combine the splatting with, like, an LLM and, like, the splat that could be beyond that, you could start, like, hallucinating entire fucking scenes, you know? You could like start hallucinating entire fucking scenes. And that would be really fucking interesting, actually, you know? So yeah, thank you for sharing that. Obviously, like, dude, yeah. Dude, glitch study, Mr. Sir, that was fucking cool, dude. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Maybe you just like captured my fucking IP address. It's fine. I could reset my cable modem if I have to, but I don't think you'd do anything weird with it, so who gives a shit? Like, yeah, it's fine. That is the thing I have to think about as a streamer, though, right? So, yeah, just saying, though, glitch study, like, recognize that I don't think you would ever fucking do that, right? And that's why I clicked a link that you provided, because there's a level of trust. Am I going to make you a fucking VIP or a mod right now? Fuck no. But you keep being cool, and it becomes a really obvious fucking duh, you know? Anyway, that's all I'm getting at, right? I took a major amount of trust clicking your link because you've been cool the entire fucking time. And I'm happy to do so. Which I think is a thing that, like, kind of needs to be shouted out from time to time, right? I have to be really fucking selective of links I click. Yeah, could I restart my modem and get a new IP? Well, shit, man. It's still a fucking problem if I leak my IP to some asshole and I gotta restart every single fucking stream because of that asshole, you know? And that's the thing, like, it will fucking happen. We've had to, like, do some shit before, you know? Like, oh, I leaked an ngrok address, and someone started spamming that shit. We've done that. It has happened. I have leaked an ngrok address, and someone fucking started trying to DDoS that shit. It's fucking weird, dude. But you know what? It happens. But BRB, let me pour some more water. I don't know, man. All I got is fish here at home that I need to slice, batter, and fry. Do I have to do it now? Definitely not. BRB, give me a sec. Give me a sec. All right. And here I am. I'm expecting the person that would harass me to have a logical reason. I mean, the logical reason is that they fucking hate me. I actually consider that fully logical. Even if the reason is a bad reason. Like, I understand the logic. They just don't like me. No, that's not actually that fucking crazy. Oh, you were... Oh, sorry. My bad. I missed some shit. Oh, you're talking about them. Yeah, no, man. There are people that fucking hate me. And yes, I cannot book a domain name with my legal fucking address. I'd get swatted so fucking quick. Right? If I were to buy property, it would have to be obfuscated by some fucking, like, legalese bullshit. Because I would get swatted for sure. 1,000%. There's no fucking way. Because all public land ownership is public record. The only way you can get around that is a bunch of other shit. So yeah, the moment I have to buy land, I'm gonna have to figure some shit out, right? Like, dude, I'm gonna have to like obfuscate it so fucking crazy. There's a lot of like weird shit going on out there, you know? And yeah, there's a bunch of shit. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's fine. Yep, I think we all agree. Yeah, there's some fucking unhinged people in the world. Nothing we can actually do about that, you know? And yes, I have a P.O. box. I have sent people stickers. The return address was my P.O. box, not my fucking home. Like, I've done that, obviously. Duh. Duh. For sure. But it's about getting something sent to you or sending something with a return address. And that is fine, but the moment you like buy property, that's actually fucking public record in Washington and basically every other state here in the US. So when you want to buy a property, you need to do it through like a shell corporation, and a shell corporation that nobody fucking knows, you know? It gets really fucking weird that way. I'd bet money the Primogen is doing something like that, right? I'd bet money Theo. I don't know if Theo owns property. Prime does. Prime owns a ranch, you know? I would guarantee he is doing a bunch of fucking like shell corporation bullshit to prevent anyone from knowing where he actually fucking lives. Because it doesn't matter what state here in the US you live in, that shit's public record, you know? There's a bunch of obfuscation you have to do, right? There is zero doubt in my mind where he lives is owned by some fucking shell corporation you've never fucking heard of. And you will never hear of. Because that's a problem, you know? Not the Primogen LLC. Oh, that's just where I live. Right? I'm like the anti-Primogen. He's a really nice fucking dude. I'm a fucking asshole, right? He hates the front end. I love the front end, right? Yeah. No, not the Primogen LLC is my business, not his. Take it easy. Theo does not own the place he lives in. Yeah, you would never know where he lives because he's not registered owning that property. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. I know this for a fact, basically. He does not own the place he lives specifically, I think, for these kind of reasons, you know. Oh, I mean, thank you, Todd, but I am. Take it easy. I definitely am. Sometimes I'm intentionally so. But I get it. Thank you, Todd. I do appreciate that. Like, come on. We can be assholes together as long as we don't step on each other's lawns. How about that? There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, I kind of figured by like the lowercase y that was a caps lock issue for sure. I think we're good. And that's the best thing there, Check. And I think that's all we're talking about, man. No big deal. Yeah, not a big deal, dude. Right? We're not trying to dig too deep into any of this shit. Let's actually get some code done. I do kind of want to run this model, and I think we should be able to. Here's the biggest fucking thing about what we're doing. All right, so hold on. Hold on. All right, so the more you play GTA 5, the more you're apparent, like, you realize that you are Michael every step of the way, right? Like, you're fucking over the bullshit, man. Like I just, no, man. Oh, yeah, you try to rob my boat? You try and, like, steal my boat? Oh, motherfucker. I got nothing to lose. I got a wife that hates me. I got a kid that sucks. All right. Yeah, you're not robbing my boat. I know I didn't do the voice, like, one-to-one, but, like, I think I got the mentality, right? It's more of, like, a hollow fucking, like, rant, like, hey, no, it's not a fucking, it's not a Scarface. I was about to do the Scarface voice. No, it's not a Scarface voice. But, come on, right? Like, okay, his sarcasm and, like, the person who he is. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. For some reason, Michael in GTA 5 just really feels like an extension of Tommy Vercetti. Right? It's like a retired Tommy Vercetti from, like, Vice City, you know? Isn't it? He's just an older Tommy Vercetti that didn't die in the fucking, like, Scarface scene, you know? Dude, fuck yeah, Todd. I would speak on your behalf. Feel free to list me as a reference if you want, man. For sure, dude. Like, 1000%. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, list me. Yeah. Keep in mind, I'm gonna be like honest. Yeah, and I get that. Here's the thing, man. Like, what could you tell me about, like, fucking React performance stuff? Even anything. I could back you, right? And if nothing yet, I trust you to learn it. But what is some, like, performance, like, React shit that fucking matters? And I think they care. So if anything, I don't know if I can get you the interview, but they will fucking give a shit about, like, React performance. Like, how do you optimize shit? Like, what is worth optimizing, etc. I don't know if that's what they ask in the interview. I have no fucking idea. Yes, we use React for basically everything at this point. For front end stuff. For back end, we got all sorts of shit, but we are a React shop at this point. No React shit. You need to know React shit for sure. 1000%. you need to know React shit. For sure. Like, you'll need to know more than React, but React is really, I think, the biggest thing to know for basically anything we do. I'm sorry, borrow check. What evidence do you have that Svelte gets you a paycheck? I am questioning the fuck out of that. Sorry, like, you can't just make a statement and expect it to go under the radar. Like, I'm gonna listen to what you're saying. I think React, yeah, man, React gets you paychecks. What jobs are available for Svelte? I'm not sure I believe you for that part. Right? Just because fucking Ben from TheoStream thinks Svelte is good? That's not a thing to base anything off of. Who is doing Svelte at a significant level that is actually hiring right now? I believe with that criteria, the answer is 0. I could be wrong. I'd love to be wrong, actually. Borrow check, I think you just proved my point. Like, all of this stuff matters where you live and what jobs are available to you in, like, whatever country, right? Yeah, definitely not Estonia. Like, we can get baked together. That's a separate thing, right? We can be stony together, but we're not like Estonian. You know, that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. We can get stoned together, but we're still not Estonian. So instead, like, dude, what companies are actually hiring for Svelte? You threw Svelte out for a thing. I do not believe you. I think you're fucking lying. Like, dude, there are not Svelte jobs. They don't exist. Same thing for Solid. Like, I think they're both fantastic frameworks, but the jobs just don't exist. Like, come on, man. I get it. Like, you got a favorite tool, a favorite framework, and like you're a fanboy for the person that made it. And those people that made those things are fucking awesome, right? Ryan Carniato is such a fucking dude, you know? Like, he's so fucking cool. Rich Harris is such a fucking dude. He's so goddamn cool. I would not recommend it, like, actually learning these frameworks to get a job in 2026. Like, dude, just, I'm sorry. Like, I don't agree. They're amazing. They're so fucking good. And you can learn so much from them about how, like, they're built and what they do. But then you can just take the learning from those things and just write React code that does similar shit, right? Yeah, I think no matter what, like, yeah, no matter how good Svelte and Solid are, there aren't jobs for that shit. Don't optimize yourself out of a job, you know? I know there's other things you could use. Don't use them because where are the jobs, man? When realistically, if you get good at React, you can do any of the other shit too. You can be really productive with anything. Do the thing that gets you the jobs. And then other jobs are hiring. Well, yeah, you have the job, and then you can decide on other shit. I still think 1000% borrow check. You're misunderstanding the entire ecosystem at the time anyway. Most organizations want a good front-end engineer. That's it. That's the fucking baseline. You can be a good front-end engineer with any of these fucking frameworks. The framework they're probably using, though, React. Right? So learn and understand front-end life cycles, components, hooks, all that bullshit. And yeah, if you prefer a thing, well, that's fine. That's fun. But the jobs available, they do React. If you have your head stuck in the sand because you just don't like React and you just want to do fucking one of these niche frameworks, the amount of jobs available to you is very small. I don't like the fact that we all coalesced on one fucking thing, but that's actually the fucking rule at this point. If you want to push back on the rule, you better be really fucking good at what you do. If you're a middle level dev for any of this shit, learn the popular thing. I'm sorry, like, you do not command any presence that would listen to you for some of this niche bullshit that you're preaching. Yeah, Laserdisc was arguably the better technology. Betamax was arguably the better technology. It doesn't fucking matter what's better. It matters what people use. What is the point of Svelte if React exists? What is the point of Solid if React exists? Every other thing that gets created makes every other thing that exists better. Angular, Svelte, Solid, Vue. All of these things being better made React become better. It's not like React just made a thing and just sat on their shit, right? Yeah, the rising tide lifts all boats. But at the end of the day, what is the fucking lingua de franca, right? The thing that everyone speaks is fucking React, right? Make your patterns match React. It's the lingua franca at this point. It's the fucking baseline for front-end dev. You can do other shit, but you better have a fucking analog, right? A thing that transfers whatever you just learned back to the React ecosystem to actually be employable at that point, you know? That's it. People want to push back on it. You can push back as much as you want, but you're basically unemployable if you can't translate that shit back to React. Whatever shit you learned should be translatable back to React, right? And if you can't do that, well, you're actually kind of just a shit engineer because the patterns are portable. You should be able to do anything in any framework in any other framework because the patterns are portable. If you can't do that, you're just not a good front-end engineer, right? That's the biggest thing. Dude, yes, I'm a senior level front-end engineer, not because I'm really good at one fucking framework, because I recognize the parallels and the patterns and all the shit any framework needs to do, and I can apply them to any framework I have to work in. That's my job. You know? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the point I'm trying to make. I could write Vue. I could write React. I could write Angular. I could write any of this shit. The value I bring to the table isn't the fucking framework I know. It's the understanding I have of the development lifecycle. And what code is worth merging and other shit that, like, yeah, I don't care how many times you iterate on this. Your code fucking sucks and we're not merging it. Break it up. Do something else, man. I'm not merging that PR. And having that kind of opinion puts you way fucking above other people that don't fucking know what good code actually looks like, you know? Regardless of the fucking framework. The framework is the most meaningless part of this entire equation. The maintainability of the feature you just built is way more important than whatever fucking framework we're using under the hood. And there are so few people that understand that separation of concerns that it's like, dude, yeah, if you can understand that, you're head and tails above the shittiest devs out there that are just cargo culting whatever someone else told them. You know? Oh my god, use callback and use memo or shit now. No one should ever use it. No, motherfucker, this is a React 18 code base. We have to use callback and use memo. I don't give a fuck what you read on Twitter. This doesn't apply because we're still on React 18. Do you want to upgrade to React 19? Oh, there's all this other shit we got to do to make that happen. The libraries we're consuming do not support React 19 yet. I'm sorry, we just can't upgrade yet. The fact that you think you can just jump into a company and upgrade everything willy-nilly, no. Like, enterprise is a fucking thing. You move slowly. You make decisions slowly. Shit happens slowly. But you make it better as you go. But don't think you're going to change every single fucking thing out from under the hood immediately. Like, and yeah, like the worst person, the worst part of your team thinks all this shit can change overnight. You know, it doesn't. You need to approach this shit as a, like, boiling the water approach, not, well, it's already boiling. What do we do? Anyway, it's like I smoke weed or something. What do we do from here? What's going on? What music do we play next? Does synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? Ooh, hold on. That's Neon Retro. Hold on. Wrong one. I scrolled past it. I missed it. Which one is it? Hold on. Here we go. It's this one. Yeah. I fucking love this album. It's so good. All right. Anyway. Touche, Todd, but I think they're separate problems. But also, I get it, you know. I get it. It's fine. I think they're fundamentally separate, but, you know, shove a thing in when it fits. No big deal. I think there's like a separate way to phrase that, right? Maintaining accessibility is easier when you do it from the start. I think that's actually the thing you wanted to say. But, you know, I don't want to speak for you. I mean, accessibility tools should not be reading class names. That's not what they were for. Right? All right. Sure. I don't know. Maybe. All right. So, back to what we're actually working on. All right. So, we did the quadrant thing. Yeah. No, and I get that, Todd. I think manual testing is a separate beast, right? That's not what we were talking about, I think, but maybe I don't even remember what I was talking about. So, touche, whatever. It's fine. I don't think I remember what my original point was. I don't think that was it, though. But I don't know. Eh. It's on me forgetting what my point was. Just saying. I really don't I don't know what I meant. I'm a little bummed on that, but you know. No, and I get that, but like I don't remember the point I was trying to make about those things. So yeah, I'm willing to concede just because I don't know if the point I was making matters as much. You know, like I forget exactly why I had an opinion, and obviously, like if I forget why I had the opinion didn't matter. It's fine. That's all I'm getting at. Like, whatever my objection was, it was bullshit. It sucked. Speaking of things that suck, dude, these ships are so fucking bad, man. I fucking hate these ships. But, like, none of this animal goes to waste. These garlic buttered chips are like... It's like burnt garlic, you know? It's not even like good garlic. It's like burnt garlic. All right, so that wasn't terrible, actually. That was it. Maybe they're just better with booze. And is this Thai? Is that what you're recognizing? I thought this was South Korean. I got this from H Mart. But is this like the Thai like writing language? I know way less about it. I don't know. I thought it was South Korean. Because I got them from H Mart. So that's like why I thought that way. To me, it seems Korean because Korean has a lot of like rounded shapes and like more blocky. But I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know what Thai characters look like. So I could be wrong. I don't even know. I did buy this drink, this like honeybee Thai tea drink. I fucking hate it. Oh, it tastes terrible. Yeah, I don't know the difference between Thai and Korean at this point, as far as like the characters of the language go. So yeah, I don't know that part. But yeah, no, that one was a major surprise. I didn't like it. The dill pickle oots chips, right? But then like a French onion dip thing as well. Yeah, no, those sound good, man. That sounds delicious. When I went to JS Nation and React Summit last year, I visited my parents in Pittsburgh first. I booked like I got a car, like I rented a car for the first time in my life. And then I drove from Pittsburgh to Jersey City. That shit was fun. But I definitely picked up a bunch of like oots like chips along the way cuz like that's what they serve in Pennsylvania, you know. It's probably oots instead of oots, but whatever, you know what I mean. Replace the chips you used to eat back east. What were those chips? I'm super curious now. I'm finishing these. They're good, man. I've never heard of this brand. Is it like here in Washington we got like Tim's Cascade type shit? I feel like Tim's Cascade may have gone like national, right? But at least for a while, Tim's Cascade was like a Washington brand. Okay. No, that makes sense, man. That's cool. So I think what I hear you saying is that Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Fuck yeah. Damn, dude. Yeah. H Mart Lay's potato chips are fucking good, man. Like the various flavors, dude, they're fucking good, man. Yeah, no big deal. All right. Ooh. So, oh, like delivered to your home there in Arizona. Yeah. No, I get that, dude. Come on, I know you don't want to do it, but companies need fucking accessibility auditors, man. I know you don't want to do it, but dude, you're so fucking qualified. Like, at least lock down a contract for that shit and then just keep searching while you're doing that, right? Like, get a better one, right? I think you got to do it. Just do that. Like, get that contract, but don't rest on your fucking laurels while that contract is happening. Keep applying, keep finding other shit. It at least pays the bills and gives you like a more of a buffer to find like the right role otherwise, right? Don't treat it as a last resort, just treat it as like the fucking placeholder. It's a fucking placeholder job. It's not a last resort, it's a placeholder. You know? I think that's a better way to think about that. But that's totally up to you, man. I get it. I know you fucking hate it. I get it. I get it. Okay, so there you go. I get it. I'd be pushing for that more so than later. Like, don't let it be a last minute thing. People can smell desperation, dude. You know? Just get the role and then you're not desperate and then fucking everything's available to you, you know? People can smell desperation, man. Again, dude, you do whatever the fuck you want. I understand it's tough, man. But not being able to pay the bills is way fucking tougher. But you do you. I'm just trying to say, like, you have an expertise. You had a bad job for it. Like, dude, I get that. I get that. I just think there's so much you could do in the meantime while still trying to, like, find the other shit, you know? Let me put it this way. I think, and I'm not in charge of any of this shit, I think Git Kraken massively needs someone who gives a shit about accessibility. Right. Yeah, dude, I fully 100% understand, dude. Like, yeah, Todd, I get it, man. And if y'all do have like another Kickstarter you want to promote, we can do it here, man. I'm down. I just think, like, dude, at some point, like, and again, I don't mean this literally. I just mean, like, there's the phrase, like, beggars can't be choosers. Again, I do not mean that literally, and I'm not trying to fucking be a dick about it. I'm just saying, like, dude, use your fucking expertise to get that bag at least, and then, like, keep doing other shit to get, like, to, like, be happy, you know? Again, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I just, and again, even the phrase "beggars can't be choosers," like, dude, that was such a dick fucking phrase. I didn't mean it that way, you know? You know what I meant. I'm just saying, like, use the shit you're good at to pay the bills. And then while you're paying the bills, try and keep going to the thing you're doing, man. That's all. I know, I'm a fucking drunk asshole. I'm not trying to be one. No, and I get it, man. I fucking get you. Yeah, it's a tightrope. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I fucking get it, man. And I'm not trying to make you feel bad about any of that shit. I know you know your situation way better than I ever fucking will, man. Yeah, man. I just. Hold on, sorry. It's all right. I feel like a coworker would get that joke. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I just want to make sure that it doesn't feel like a roast. That's all, man. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, and I think other people here in chat need to hear the same fucking thing. So, yeah. I appreciate you being open and chatting about this stuff because I think other people need to hear the same fucking thing. Like, yeah, right? We all need to, like, be told the truth. All right. Coworker reached out about thing. Hold on. They were like, "Hey, man, should we like, try and do like a Seattle like some company event?" Like, I don't want to dox too much shit. And I was like, "Yeah, I think it could totally be worth it." Like, I see some Devrals doing things during like the Madrona week, and they're like, "Oh wait, I read that as Madonna week." And I was like, "Yeah, like an investor approached for the very first time." That was a solid fucking joke. I'm really proud of that. I'm fucking really proud of that joke. All right. If you're wondering why I like had this furrowed brow while I was like typing over on the side here, I was coming up with that fucking joke. I'm really proud of that joke. Like an investor approach for the very first time. I'm like, dude, it's so good. I'm really proud of that, okay? Damn right, dude. Fuck yeah. I fucking nail it. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Let's do this other thing. How's this thing doing? Ooh, if I unscrew it, that's a bunch of bullshit. Son of a bitch. Honestly, dude, Todd, this is the thing I miss the most when I go down to that area. Right? You know what I mean? This part. That's the part I miss the most when I'm down in that area. Right? Like, it's not like I'm gonna like find a place to go buy it. I think you guys do have like legal places to do this, right? To like buy it and all that. Oh, okay, okay. But like, do you guys have like full on legal or is it just like faux legal? Oh, but dispensaries. So you need like a license to get it, right? So that's what I'm getting at. Like, dude, I gotta like get shit faced at the bar to find people that can actually help me out with this problem, you know? Yeah, exactly. So if I want to get something that's gonna last a bit, I gotta find some really close friends the first night I'm in town, you know? I will say so. Yeah, for sure. That sounds like a good idea. This song is not from when you were born, but it does make a reference to a bunch of the movies that you might have been aware of that were made when you were born. Junior. And yeah, exactly, Todd. Yeah, no, I'll hit you up, man. I didn't even think about that anytime I've been in the area. I don't think they'll convince me to do the June thing because I got other shit during June. Oh, the like a virgin song. Yeah. Oh, no, I get you. My bad there, Brainless. No, I understand now. I get it. I mean, I feel like I'm good right now, Todd, but if you want to paste it to the Discord, we got that like channel in which like you could request a critique. For sure, man. Like 1000%. I just think I don't know if it's something I want to do here on stream at the moment. If that's okay. Yeah, no worries, man. All right. Yeah. So a coworker was like, "Oh man, let's talk some shit." And that's where like the Madonna reference came from. But also they were asking like, "Oh, you're gonna be like in the office Friday?" Like, I'm not gonna be in the office. Oh, you mean working? Yeah, I'll be working, but hopefully something before 2 p.m. because I got a stream to do, man. Shit. No, my favorite part is I don't even have to like really ask. Basically, nobody schedules anything after 2 p.m. at the company I work at. is fucking beautiful because we're also like international and we're all trusted to just like get our shit done, you know? Yeah, I basically never have a meeting after 2 p.m. It is extremely rare. I really like that actually. Yeah, a lot of the work is in the morning, starting at like 9 a.m. my time. From 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. is like, dude, any meeting is fucking like totally like a thing, and I'll most likely be there. I might miss a meeting or two. I don't think I needed to be there, and usually it's not a problem. But like, yeah, in general, I'm at any meeting you schedule me for from 9 to 2. Do I miss some from time to time? I totally do. Not the important ones. Not the ones where I think I'm required. Some of the others, well, yeah, I wish I had a recording so I could like 2x that shit and like recognize I didn't need to be there anyway. You know, that's how that goes, right? Right. We are, damn, it's already 10 p.m. Dude, where does the time go? I thought we were just like bullshitting and hanging out. Where did the time go? Where have you gone? And yes, I'm actually like meaning that directly. Where have you gone? That's a song I am directly referencing that I want to hear right now. You have a release in 7 hours? I get it, you mean software release, but for some reason my brain went to like, oh, do you live in a yellow submarine? Yeah, what album are you releasing? My brain went that way. Yeah, it's like I smoke weed or something, which I haven't even done yet. There you go. Where have you gone? Joe DiMaggio, Mrs. Robinson, Simon and Garfunkel. So Simon and Garfunkel actually ended up in the show The Detectorists. That's a separate thing. No, this song is actually by Where Have You Gone? It's Mr. Bruce, and he's making a song about his music partner from The Correspondents. If you don't know the band, they made some good shit. But this dude, Mr. Bruce, is singing a song about how he found basically his best friend and his music partner dead on the floor of some flat in London. And it's a sad song, but you know what? There's something really like interesting about it. Yeah, if you hadn't heard, there's like the band The Correspondents. And they had that one really popular song. If you don't know that song, we'll play it after this. No, it's a sad story. And I don't even think it was like drugs or some shit. I think it was just like some dude having some heart episode and no one was around for it, you know? Which really hits home. I could disappear for the same fucking reason, you know? I don't like it, but yeah, no, that could be the reality at some point, you know? None of us get out of this thing alive. I'm never going of my own accord. I'll fucking run this clock out of spite. But you know what? Sometimes you don't have a choice. I will never go of my own accord. I did go way too fucking late last night. It was actually like around 12 hours because I think I started at 2 and I ended at 2. Maybe slightly over 12, but it was like basically just exactly at 12. But also, like, yeah, dude, I was getting shitty and I was just drinking. Like, I think, Todd, you did not miss out on anything. And honestly, you probably would have seen parallels to like some of the moments you're not proud of either. Like, I'm not proud of it. I got shitty, you know. I don't think I was a dick about it. But you know, I got like shittier than I wanted, you know. I actually had some shit I wanted to do. I don't think I actually got that shitty. I switched back to water within like 3 hours of ending, and I think I only drank the water from that point, you know? Like, I really do think I paced well, but it's also like I just went too late, you know? I will say, I am still like, I think I'm coming out of like, I think something I caught from Seattle JS last week. And I don't know about you, but like, dude, when I'm sick, I just kind of want to like drink through it. Like, I'm going to sleep really poorly anyway. Might as well just keep like working, you know? Like, I still got the fucking sinus shit going just a little bit. Like, someone got me just like slightly sick enough last week. Like, I felt it in the throat, you know? Oh, and I do the same. Yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure, man. I believe the booze is killing whatever shit's in my fucking like mouth at the moment, right? And sometimes it feels like the sickness is like stemming from your fucking throat. So if I can just drink some whiskey and kill whatever's back there, we're good, man. Shit. And your doctor would be like, "You're insane. That's not how that works." Yeah, I get it. I know. That's science. No, man, you're actually sick because you're depressing your immune system while you drink. You know that, right? That's what your doctor would say, for sure. Yeah? Yeah, no, I get it. I know. I'm bullshitting. Yeah, literally, drinking alcohol depresses your immune system. Literally. Yeah, and again, I'm using some bullshit stuff, but I actually know the truth, so at least like there's something to it, but I'm still hanging out. I still want to party, you know? So yeah, I don't have an excuse. I do the thing even though I know it's doing me harm. That's okay. I snowboard even though it's fucking my knees up. You know? I do feel like I did an all right job of like switching to water when I did do yesterday, and I could do the same thing today too. I feel like I did all right for sure. Todd did miss the Kimmy copy pasta though. Hold on, wait. You mean the copy pasta that we saved? Hold on, we have a thing for that. Where is this thing? We saved it. We totally have it. Hold on, where fucking is this thing? I swear we saved it. Where the fuck is this thing? Oh, hold up. I see now. The user is asking a simple question, but if I am not careful, I might do more than they are asking. Thinking more deeply, there is a simple question to answer, but I am worried of overthinking. If I overdo it, they might feel like I did not answer the question directly enough. To be more direct, I should rephrase the question. But if I rephrase it incorrectly, I'll need to repeat it verbatim. Ah, I see. So I should carefully paraphrase, like it, but avoid repeating verbatim so that I can ... /s. Right? This is the thing you were talking about, right? Right, Hegpets? We copied and pasted it for a reason, for sure. This is beautiful. Where's that from? Hegpets, was this you that pasted it? Someone pasted this in chat yesterday. I do believe we need to record the author. Was this you, Hegpets? You typed it up. All right. Yeah. At least at the bare minimum. Yes, I just want to make sure. And sorry, I didn't mean to capitalize where I shouldn't. Yeah, I thought this was you. And it was Stream of Consciousness. And it's fucking beautiful. Like, this is poetry. This is pure fucking poetry, man. Like, this is nice. And it really feels like this could be any model, technically. You don't even need to name the model, and someone will see their favorite model in this, right? It's almost like a mirror of whatever model you use because it's always appropriate. It's actually beautiful. It's a prism. Let me put it that way. Yes, it's a prism. Whatever model you use, you see the result through it. Right? It's not a mirror. It's a prism. And that's a fucking AI statement too, isn't it? You see, here's the thing that's the most important thing to recognize about the idea that we've been chatting about, that it's not just a mirror of itself, it's a prism. It's not this, it's that. Obviously. Dude, it's fucking bullshit AI all the way fucking down, dude. Right? We can mimic AI mimicking your AI and responding to it in a mimicry way. Mimicry? Hold on, wait. Mimicry. I think it's mimicry. It's not mimicry. Mimicry is the act. Mimicry is like a mimic. Mimicry. Yeah, that's a separate thing. All right. Dude, we're fucking state dropping. We're making words at this point. Like, has anyone ever heard the phrase mimicry before? I think we just made it up. I think we just did that. Yeah, we've all heard of mimicry, obviously. But have you ever done anything mimicry? Have you ever thought of that word or written it in your entire life until this moment? But now it makes so much sense that why haven't you? That's just a good word, man. Just saying. That's just science. We state dropping. Mimically. Yeah, like right? It's like magically or mimically or I don't know. There's other words too. They're totally different words though, so like I don't know if it makes sense. But you know what I mean, right? Vividly. Well, it's a different spelling, but you know what I mean. I think it works. I think it works, man. Exactly, Hagpets. Like, dude, that's science. But anyway, so this is your quote. That's yours, man. We'll fucking quote it at some point, but at least we're saving this file. And where do we save this to, actually? We go to Documents and we do a new folder. Truth. That's the folder. And then what is this, right? Truth. Oh, it should have been truth with an F, right? Right? Like Cockney style or whatever. Sure. Right? Or Yorkshire. That's it. Yeah, Yorkshire style, right? Accents make everything better. Yep. All right, so yeah. What is this really? The idea of this, what is the name of this? This is the thing we should remember and record forever, and it'll always be there. This is AI dash overthinking. Yep. That's the key, man. That's it. That's fucking it, dude. Yeah, that's it. That's fucking it. We got there. Yeah, this is the AI overthinking fucking mantra. Damn right, dude. You coined that. We're gonna have like an AI dictionary that we make. We'll publish it as a book. We'll even do like hardcover at some point, right? We'll hire real fucking artists to paint shit for the entries, you know? That'd be fucking beautiful, wouldn't it? That sounds fucking awesome. All right, now we just need entries, dude. I love the idea of that. Oh, that'd be fucking awesome, wouldn't it? Oh, man. Let me just say, the more I think of like random ideas like this, the more I do feel like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. I've been watching that too much lately. Am I just like adopting the Ricky persona? Oh no. That's not good. That's not good. What do you think, boys? I'm just fucking it. I'm just fucking up. I'm just joking. Ah, shit. I think I'm closer to like Leahy anyway. Right? Take it easy. Take it easy, Ricky. Park supervisor, all right? Take it easy. I don't fucking know. I'm just bullshitting. Anyway. Next stream, just eating sausages. All right, maybe. I don't know. Sure. I think I technically identify with Bubbles more than any character on the show. But, you know, I think the magic of Trailer Park Boys is every single character is someone that everyone can relate to. In at least just like some moment of their lives. They can imagine that they've been that same fucking person. Right? And that's actually the beauty of it, right? Every character is actually relatable to every single person because like they're a slice. Damn, I'm fucking Leahy at the moment, aren't I though? Shit, it's a slice. It's a slice, fucking Randy, you know. Just saying. It's just like it's just a slice, you know. No, I'm bullshitting, whatever. Dude, Leahy is the best though. Oh, Bob Anders, like, no, it's just like a thing right through it. Right? Like, here's the dictionary, Banders. All right? Don't be a fucking dick. All right, come on, read the thing. Dude, I feel like I could play Leahy a bit. I could do it. I could fucking do it. I wouldn't do it justice, but I could try. No one could ever do it as well as the original actor. And I believe he didn't even drink, right? Like, all of that was pure fucking acting. Which is amazing, right? Yeah, just beautiful, you know? Anyway, yeah, this should go into a repo. We're going to do that. What was this shit, too? Hold on, we copied some song. Yeah, no, I'm good. So, we should be wrapping up. Really, it's like 10:30 and I got food to eat. So, I think we ran everything we wanted. We're like hanging out, we're chilling. We see the graph and the stuff that we have to like deploy it with. I think we could like run other models, and I think we actually did. No, we already had them. We do want to like actually optimize that padding or something. Sure, we can do like little optimization of the UI of some of this stuff. But really like this. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna do some beer battered fish, and we'll see if I have onion for onion rings, because that could be good too. Yeah, I feel like it looks good. It's actually crazy how there's only a few outliers, and then within like the category we care about, you know, there's like better stuff. Yeah, we made it today. We prompted it, it nailed it. Good job. Good job, Clanker. How do we feed it a treat? I think we've been feeding it tokens. That's the treat, right? But yeah, it is really interesting that like the majority of the models fall within like a reasonable quadrant compared to the outliers. I do think maybe there is like a there's some kind of maybe like logarithmic or multiplicative or just like some kind of like gradual scale that we could do on the X and Y axes that actually like normalizes some of this shit towards better quadrants, you know? But then it wouldn't be nearly as human readable, right? Like it would be misleading. It'd be like the version we've all seen of the fucking like global like map, right? 2D. Right? Like come on, man. The projection has misled all of us. Right? So like we want to project the data properly, and really this projection is the most honest. Right? So it's not worth changing it, because at least this is like, yeah, it's a lot of shit together, sure. I wonder if we could like do something to like subdivide it within this category and then show everything else just at the maxims, and then you like just hover those. That would be kind of cool. That would be like a really nice improvement to this component, right? Ooh, yeah, some kind of like fisheye component effect. Ooh, that's not bad. Oh shit. That's kind of nice. You've seen it. Mike Bostock, of course, right? The fucking the man, of course. Of course he's done it. And oh yeah, he did it. No big deal. Anyone can do it, right? Right? If anyone doesn't know, Mike Bostock is basically the creator and maintainer of D3 itself. His his brain is so much more advanced than any of ours. Like, holy shit. Well, he did it. It must be easy, right? But also, like, yeah, that's the mentality you need. Instead, someone else did it. Fuck it. I can do it too. Fuck it. Why not? Someone else did it. I bet I could do it. Fuck it. Why not? They're not a fucking superhero. They're just a person doing a thing. With enough practice, I bet you could do it too. For almost anything. But what is enough practice? And that's actually the hardest thing to quantify. But yes, eventually, like, no, yes. You're not going to be a top tier fucking player in the NBA at 5'3". That happened in the 90s. It's not going to happen ever again. I mean, I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong. Oh, it'd be fucking amazing, wouldn't it? I'd love to see a fucking Muggsy Bogues, modern NBA. That would be the most entertaining fucking thing you've ever seen. And they're just that good. And somehow they can dunk. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, dude. Let's do that. Like, oh my God, dude. That sounds amazing. But I'm just saying, like, the odds of that happening, don't bet money. Like, I don't know. I want it to happen. Just saying. Is it gonna happen? I wouldn't bet money on it. This is not investment advice. Dude, is there someone out there that's just like, right? Steph Curry, Michael Jordan, and just like something else all rolled into one, and they're just like a fucking like 5'3" firecracker. Like, dude, I really hope that person ends up existing and does some shit. Like, even 5'6". Dude, what's the shortest player in the NBA right now? 5'11"? 5'10"? Steph Curry is like 5'10", right? Like, and he seems super small compared to like other people, yeah? There's maybe one or two people under 5'10" in the NBA. It's really something to think about. Whereas at least 30 years ago, you had Spud Webb, you had Muggsy Bogues. You had people that were just legitimately good, not just tall. Anyway, continuing. Yeah, we held down that character by accident. That's the thing. Anyway, as we look at what we've done, I do kind of want to try and run this free model, right? Like, wouldn't that be cool? Here's the problem, though. Like, we wouldn't be able to associate this with a future run of Baidu Code Buddy, or CoBuddy, not Code Buddy, CoBuddy, without the free, because it wouldn't be the same model anymore. Yeah, I don't know. And yeah, I think We're good on this. Yeah, don't need that. This. Yeah, we saved that. That's good shit. All right, so for the quadrant thing, like, bare minimum, hold on. We want to get this to a good saving point. We don't want to raid yet. The horizontal graphs, some people defended them and said this is actually like a better visualization for various things, which I do think, I agree with, for sure. Easier to read the models. Like, really, for anyone like doing this as a person, though, like, I know it's diagonal here, but you can just like mouse over shit, you know? Like, it's kind of a nice experience anyway. No. Like, I'm not trying to poke a hole in it. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, this isn't that readable. Like, it gets cut off no matter what anyway. And even with this getting condensed, the extra bullshit isn't going to make this feel better. Like, you're still going to have to, like, mouse over to even see any of the value, you know? Dude, some of this shit's so fucking cheap. God damn, man. DeepSeek V4 Flash and Gemini 3.1 Flash, like, Nemotron. Even GPT-5.4 Mini is, like, dirt fucking cheap. Dude. And, like, hold up, man. Like, GPT-5.4 Mini is so much more capable than something stupid like DevStroll, and it's actually kind of like cheaper in general, too. Like, holy fuck, dude. Gemini 3 Flash, same idea. Like, dude, this is crazy. What I find even more interesting is like, yeah, Gemini 3.5 Flash is up here. But Gemini 3.1 Pro has such a crazy fucking variance. And the lowest cost is actually X high. Who would ever fucking think this? And hold on, what am I doing wrong here that is causing this? Like, maybe I'm doing something really wrong with my fucking testing. I don't fucking know, man. Like, I'm not some expert. I'm just trying it. Fuck it. So I do need a lot of like critiques over like, have you guys looked at the code? Like, click into this stuff, man. I need critiques. And I'll get it going on like get cracking stuff here soon. So we'll be pivoting eventually. But like any like feedback about discovery and doing things and all that bullshit, like we will be modifying. But I would love some feedback too. Like, yeah, and we got the Discord. Like, I don't know, what channel would be good to let me know about like weird things that you think would be better about this as you like browse it later. Cause like, come on, man, I'm getting hungry. Like food time. Um, ooh, Todd's got some shit in project feedback, so yeah, for sure. Check that out instead. I'd say if you wanna like report things about GitBench, do it in Masijo feedback for now. Right? I think that's the better place for GitBench shit, at least for now. I don't have a better directory for it. Maybe there's a better one. Hold on. Maybe even general. Like, yeah, maybe general. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. Put it wherever. I'll see it. It's not like the fucking channel moves that quick. Right? Or the server. Sorry. Like, all the channels are slow. The server's slow. Yeah, I get it. No big deal. Yeah, music. Killing it. We'll see. All right. So, yeah, I think we're good. I think we're set. As far as the rest of this goes, yeah, we got some bullshit to do. Let's prompt it. Or just reset. Ooh, don't tempt me with a good time. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. Hmm. So this is a GitBench repo and problem. Yeah, there's like a chunk of the gums that I must have like bit into weird. Anyway. And this one, hold on. No, and this is good feedback. Honestly, like we vibe coded this. I would love better feedback about this. Like what should we improve? This is good, man. So which one are you talking about specifically? No, most of them have like a definition of like what they're looking for. Sorry, yawn. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So there's a fixture. So if you want to see some of that, I guess we're not linking to it, right? You don't see the existing state. And that would be more fun to explore, yeah? Okay. No, that's good feedback. I like that. No, that's smart. That's really fucking good. That's great feedback. Thank you. You're right. We're not showing that. We just know what we're seeing and expecting. We don't actually see the state. I like that. I think that should be an open spec. I like that. No, that's super good. Yeah, great feedback, man. Thank you. No one said that yet. I didn't even notice it yet because I'm too close to it. Thank you. Good call. So, the right way to do so, that's a separate thing. Let's think about the right way to actually like set that up. Yeah, still the Python repo where I just really don't know best practice, so I let the clanker run with it. This does feel like other things I've seen, but yeah, some of the open spec stuff. Holy fuck, dude. All right, so I keep getting blown away. I'm sorry for this. The stuff I'm hearing about some of these songs I've been listening to for years, where I'm hearing parts of this song as if it's like the first fucking time because like some of this background shit's coming through actually properly. This Allen and Heath mixer I had is fucking bullshit. I wasted years not appreciating some music like I could if I just plugged into a better fucking device. Yeah, this Zoom I got, man. Holy shit, dude. This shit's amazing. This is really fucking good. I'm hearing parts of music that I can't hear even in my car, which has even a better sound system than like whatever this Allen Heath is. Like, I still don't get that fucking nuance, you know? There's some shit I'm getting from just plugging into this fucking Zoom device, dude. This is magic, man. I mean, I have in the past. I didn't right now. Take it easy. But no, there's like that, right? Like the shit, like, it's like they have enough of like a reverb on it that it feels farther away, you know? If you don't know how to like do that, that's a thing you can do. Right? You can actually like establish like an audio spatial fucking arrangement using left and right mixing as well as like reverb. For sure. Right? Yeah. And there's just some shit where like the reverb felt flat because it was a shit device actually providing it. Like I heard the sounds, but it felt all like up front, you know? Exactly. Yeah. You get the science behind it. I'm just saying, like, for some people, they might not understand what like audio mixing actually means, and I'm shit at it. But I've at least read about it. Only human. Shit. But that's actually something that comes down to like mixing. Like you want your vocals to feel centered and like the person's like right there talking to you. You want your like guitar and bass to actually be like individually like separated a bit with maybe a little bit of bleed. And then your drummer, you actually want like parts of their drum set to be various like other left and rights, like for various reasons and shit. And then you go into something like Tool, and it's like, well, no, we're gonna do what the fuck we want for the drums, and like it'll work out. But it's it's different. Yeah, I'd love to check it out. Sure. Yeah, maybe send it over in the Discord in one of the channels. Tag me. That'd be great. That'd be great. Uh-huh. Yeah, if you really think about a top level graph of like a music venue, right? Where the music's coming from, and then like the left and right expands out on the x-axis, like from a visual level, like top down. And then the reverb that you add adds the distance between the bass line and like the shit on stage or whatever, right? And then you could even simulate someone sitting in a crowd at any point by adding like extra math to like the reverb of the sound, right? And it becomes really crazy because it's just sound modeling, but like you can like fully visualize that shit. I think that's the magic of it. Like, yeah. Oh, and based upon the acoustics in the fucking environment you have, you could simulate everything because it's just fucking physics. Like, it's some of the simplest physics we actually understand at this point, you know? Like, sound is actually the simplest physics we understand as far as some of this bullshit goes. It's crazy. It's fucking cool. Like acoustics, we've understood the physics of acoustics before we understood the underlying mechanism of acoustics, you know? We understood the result of acoustics before we ever understood what the fuck's underneath it. It's crazy. But at the end of the day, like, dude, acoustics is physics. We just understood it inherently because we could experience it, you know? All right, so the prompt we want is that we need to have an explorable baseline state. I think that's the feedback we need, right? We got so much usage. Oh. Hold on. So you remember hearing in Mexico, there's an old temple with terrace steps and sloped walls that are set just right, that they make an acoustic filter. So when you clap, it makes a chirp, noisy, or a chirp noise or something. Yeah, I could see that, man. Yeah, that makes sense. Dude, yeah, could you paste that over to the Discord? I don't think I'm gonna click it right now, but yeah, like over in random or something. That'd be awesome. That'd be great, man. Yeah, dude. I will definitely check it out. Like, I just, you know, not right now. That's all. But I'll forget about it if it's not anywhere else. Sure. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Thank you. All right. So, as far as this goes, right? Like, dude, we cracked the thing open. What we want to visualize the existing state. Right? The baseline file structure and history. Like, what else should we be talking about, man? Borrow check. We use it for a bunch of shit, man. Take it easy. Like, I've had it for ages. I think I like to use it for some of the higher level bullshit at this point. Based upon a bunch of shit I've seen, like stuff that I can measure myself. Like, are you kidding me, man? We have our own metric that even shows. It's fucking good, dude. Like right there, it's the leader of the pack, man. Now I get it there. Yeah, borrow checker. Yeah, yeah. Treat the AI like I treat a first time chatter. I'd love to see some metrics on like if that's actually successful. Am I that mean? Ah, man. You're not wrong. I am. I just roasted myself on the first time chatter thing. Like, wait, have I been that mean to you too? I know I am. I'm a dick. Whatever. I get it. Like, no, I'm a dick. I think normally, not every time. I mean, well, right? Like, not every time, but normally, I mean, well. Nah, I'm a dick. I get it. You're not wrong. Anyway, though, yeah, from what I'm seeing, like GPT-5.5 is the leader of the pack for shit. The fact that Qwen 3.6 is way up there and it's actually not as expensive as I thought, it's just slow. Like, Qwen 3.6 is smart, it's just really fucking slow. Like, stupidly slow. If you're willing to, like, let something churn overnight, yeah, I think Qwen 3.6 is fully smart enough and capable of doing so. You're just not going to get nearly as much done as you thought. Like, that's all. But it'll do it well. Qwen 3.6 Plus is not something that you can quantize yourself. Qwen 3.6 Plus is like the cloud version that only Alibaba offers. You're thinking of like Qwen 3, like, 27B and the other one, right? But not the Plus. The Plus is the cloud thing that no one controls other than them. That's fine. But dude, I get it. When have I ever lorded that over you? Like, come on, man, you're good. I wasn't roasting you. Wait, what? What are we even talking? Like, I'm so confused right now, Baroche. I might have to change my tone in a second. Like, what? What the fuck, dude? Take it easy, I guess. I think is all I can say at this point. I don't understand what you're getting at, dude. I think I get what you're saying. However, I bet you could feed that context and you'd be fine. Yeah, they need reg, they need agent browser, they need tools, things they can call, because they can't do anything on their own. That's not what they do. They're a fucking next most likely character fucking thing, you know? Come on, Bo Banders. Yeah, if I need to be Mr. Leahy, I can fucking talk like Mr. Leahy, and I will fucking treat you like fucking. All right, I'll treat you like Randy if I have to. Randy, come on, Bo Banders. Like, go on. Like, no, like, just learn the word. I know it's not a cheeseburger. I get it. I know it's not a fucking cheeseburger. All right, but you could still learn like a new word, and it's fine. It's okay. Like, you're not allergic to it. It's not a fucking shirt, Banders. I know you're not gonna wear a shirt. That's the joke I was making. All right. Did you not just get that? I'm saying you don't need to wear the shirt. How do we feel about my role for Hollywood playing Mr. Leahy in the fucking right in like the biopic? Am I nailing it? Like, I feel like I have the hairline where I could play real life actor for Mr. Leahy, and then I could also play the Mr. Leahy like in the film, like I could be both characters just right, and like I might need some acting lessons for the dramatic parts, but I think we could do it. I think the Canadian government would pay to have that made. We just got to write the script, man. How do we get Ricky involved? Damn it, I fucked up the joke. It should have been like, how do we get Julian involved? Right? Because Mr. Leahy had a crush on Julian, right? As far as the canon goes. Yeah. So, yeah, let's at least get this one prompt done. And then, yeah, bedtime, food time. See y'all tomorrow. Or see most y'all actually Thursday. But let's do this. So, yeah, I need to see that. Right? It should be after the. And then, hold on. So there's no free lunch. Interacting with the MCP will use up context that could otherwise go to your desired response. Ideally, the way we interact with them would let us retrain. That is the best way to augment it, but takes time and energy and requires at least open weights. Ideally, fully open training corpus that we all extend and personalize. I mean, those are words. I do not think I understand what they all mean together. Oh, damn it. Yato, I gotta go pee, man. I gotta use the restroom. All right, so what were you up to on your stream? Oh, man, I gotta pee. Uh, there it is. All right, there it went. There it went. You're doing. Loot crates. Oh, but you were like, you're doing the software side of it. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the idea, but I bet the tech is actually fascinating. So yeah, man. Nah, I get it. I'm okay shouting it out. I may not be a fan, no offense. I bet the tech is fascinating though. Like honestly, it sounds like a really interesting problem to solve. You know. Oh, it's Twitch points. That's fucking awesome, man. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Way better. Way fucking better. All right, there we go. All right, so obviously I'm gonna follow then. I think I did that, yeah? All right. Dude, that sounds way better. That's fucking awesome. Hell yeah. All right, that's way cooler. My bad. I misunderstood from the start. I apologize for misunderstanding that. That's way cooler, man. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah. Twitch point style. Oh, snap. Dude, something fucking crashed, man. Aiden skill, that's a good way. Preload, yeah. So Yato. Welcome everyone. We are currently kind of like fiddling with the thing we call GitBench, which is just like models using Git and doing things. And if you want to check it out, it's actually kind of simple. Like, please don't be a dick about it. Don't spam it, but shit. I believe that's the link. And check it out and let me know what you want to see improved. And I believe we had something going that we kicked off. And it's going, but let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. And hold on. I gotta eat some food. Do I just get the food going and then come back and eat it and then we do some more bullshit and then I move the mic down and we're just hanging out? I'd rather do that than play some Diablo tonight. Personally, you know? But delicious beer battered fried fish? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That sounds amazing, right? No, when I leak keys, I just fucking reset shit. I don't think they showed anything. They didn't show anything. Like, there's no reason they would. And I just reset keys when I have to. It's fine. What you should be using is fucking Doppler. Or HashiCorp Vault. Or anything like that if you're really that worried about it. Like, dude, I don't care for what I'm doing right now because, like, I don't have any of that shit. If you really, really care, you should be using a service that does that shit, you know? And then it's easy, dude. Like, why are you stressing? Let someone else deal with that shit. Don't load a fucking entire env file into memory. Like, no, just run fucking Doppler and it's like per process and you're fucking done, dude. Who gives a shit? It's fucking scoped and like something would have to have full memory access to actually get to it. Like, I don't know, man. There's ways to solve this problem. You shouldn't be worrying about any of it. In my opinion, you shouldn't be worrying about any of it. You can solve this problem without any fucking thought beyond just using a service that that does that for you. You know? And yeah, what up? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Do you think? Give me a second. I gotta pee. I'm also gonna turn on the deep fryer. Do I just do the kitchen thing? Because I still want to hack on some bullshit. What I want to do is churn some shit loose while I do so, but like, I'm not gonna stress about it. Like, I gotta eat food. Do we just wrap up? Or do we keep going late? But I gotta do some like kitchen shit. Oh shit. Oh no, this band's good. This is like a singer where I would not picture this voice out of a singer. Yeah, it looks like this, which is like cool, man. It's not my favorite song by them, but it's nice, you know. Yeah, the music video is really well done for this too. Yeah, it's nice. Anyway, continuing along, let's look at some shit. Right? We got the graph. We want, like, dude, it moved the shit. It's right there below it. It did everything we fucking wanted. And this shit's over to the left too. Like, dude, the clanker fucking killed it, dude. I don't think we need to, like, get anything going at the moment. Like, there's stuff to fix. We don't need to churn it. Like, it killed it, man. It killed it. We can let the clanker take a night, man. And we can take a night too. So, let's go raid someone so I can just, like, eat some fucking food and just play some fucking Diablo. Because why not? Because I think we fucking cooked today. I think we killed it. We solved a bunch of the shit we got to do. We need to, like, commit it, transfer it, move it over. That's a separate thing. But yeah, I think we got to a good place. I think we got to a really good place. So now, yeah, I got to, like, figure out how to get this to work and make a microsite for it, build the fucking blog posts for it, and like all that bullshit. But like, dude, I can start like proposing talks about this shit too, because I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff here. And even Theo was interested in some of this shit. Like, dude, I think I might even try and give Theo a bit of like an exclusive for this shit if he wants to like look at it and test it before we do any like major publication or anything. He even mentioned he might want to make some content about it. Like, fuck it. If he doesn't want to, like, dude, I'm not gonna be pissed. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, we'll just publish anyway. I still think it's cool. But yeah, like, he expressed major interest, which is, he's a dude. If you don't know, he's actually kind of a dude. The public persona, I think in person, he's way more of a dude. Prime, same thing. Even Tej, Dax, like all these guys. I think they're way more of like someone that you'd be willing to like hang out with versus like their online personas, if that makes sense. I find all of their online content so standoffish. That could just be me. But I do, like, dude, yeah, so much of their stuff is just like, I'm putting my stake in the sand, man. This is it. Do you believe it or not? Are you which side of the fucking stake are you on, man? Like some of their shit comes across that way. Whereas like the people I talk to who I've actually like hung out with, they're not that person. It's weird that the internet brings out that fucking territorialism in a really strange way. I don't like it, you know? I don't even think these other guys like it. They just play the game, you know? But I could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe some of them fucking love it. And I'm anthropomorphizing someone who I just don't understand. I don't know, man. I'm sure that happens. It's gotta happen. There's some people that revel in the fucking chaos of anything. You'll never understand them. It's an effort in futility. You cannot understand a chaos demon, right? It's not fucking possible. There's no understanding chaos. It is literally chaos. You cannot understand it. There's no possible way of understanding chaos. And the more people start to recognize and understand that and just work with chaos instead of trying to fucking harness it, the better life will be. I believe that intentionally and truly. Feel like, again, I don't fucking know. The Peter Thiels and Musks of the world are operating on the idea that, like, chaos is unbounded. Like, no, it's still within the fucking, like, natural world. And eventually, nature eats chaos. Maybe don't be such a dick about it. But I don't fucking know, man. I have no idea. Like, it's actually just something you can, like, recognize in nature, you know? Why mammals came to exist, right? Where the fuck did multicellular organisms come from? It's not just pure domination, it's living within a fucking ecosystem. Exploiting it, yes, but not fucking drowning out the shit you survive upon. I just think some of these fucking oligarchs really misunderstand fucking everything, man. And it's just so crazy because, like, they think they're so smart, but they failed, like, 8th grade science at this point, you know? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Anyway, gotta pee. BRB. Give me just a sec. BRB. Gotta pee. All right. And yeah, I have a really revolutionary thought. I'm going to hold it for later because I think it's fucking beautiful, actually. That's a left ear. Dude, these fucking clear headphones suck, man. I can barely read the fucking minuscule red lettering that's barely legible on this bullshit. That's a bummer. But anyway, so yeah, we're doing stuff. We should really we're towards the end of stream. It's either at the point where I go cook some food here on this stream, or we end stream and I go to gaming and I cook food there, and then same shit, right? Anyone want to see how I prepare beer battered fish? Anyone curious? Or is that a gaming thing? All right, so that's a gaming thing. I get it. Yeah, it sounds delicious. If you're curious about seeing me cook some beer battered fish, it'll be some cod. It's like a full fucking fillet I got from Costco. I gotta slice it up. Like, dude, this shit goes bad in like 2 days. Like, we're already pushing it, you know? We gotta cook this shit. And then maybe like some of the fish that I cook, I could store and then like recook again. And we could do that maybe. But I gotta at least like slice it up, cook it, and then maybe it lasts like a day longer, you know? So that's the main idea. All right, who do we go raid? If you're curious about seeing me cook this fabled cod, that's the chick. Right? Did that do it? I think it worked. Yeah, griffing and shit. Damn right. Anyway, who do we go raid? Who's chilling? It's Tuesday night. It's 11:30. Someone's streaming. Like, come on, man. Someone's on Twitch doing a thing. Who do we raid? Is Snowcone still fucking going? Wow. It's basically Snowcone or productive time. Let's do Snowcone. It's nice to see her streaming again, for sure. Yeah, whatever. All right. Dude, she's got to be rapping. Oh, the name of her thing is like sleep time now. She's still going though? Whatever. She can raid someone. Whatever. She'll just pass us along. It's fine. It's okay. It's her fault for still streaming. Shit. All right, so we're gonna go raid Snowcone. They're probably actually gonna be bummed on it. Whatever, fuck it. It's their job to raid y'all into someone else after that. But we can at least like do the thing. Let's do that. So let's do that. We pause the music. We click the raid button. I do need to end the Twitter and the YouTube. So later YouTube.